2 monies. Yeah, no, if you click the link, again, like, be genuine about it. Don't like try and cheat it or anything. But yeah, if you click the link to download the thing, because that link will take you to the page to download it, and I'm not sure which of those links actually makes it count, but one of the two of them will. But yeah, it'll update, and it takes a minute for that to update. So we're gonna pick up where we left off. We have a permadeath run, which you can see I've got 61 hours into it, that we did play yesterday. I have played a lot of No Man's Sky in the past, and this is a permadeath run that we have completed all of the main story things, like all the story things and the side objectives. I know there's a couple, like, RNG things that I haven't quite done yet. I just don't remember the triggers for all of them. Like, the living ship, I have to buy the seed to do that series of events, and I just haven't bothered because I just don't bother with Quicksilver stuff. We'll check this volume here in a minute. Okay, I was like, you gonna load? But yeah, so we did finish the expedition already. So, for those who don't know, if you just go in here, there's a new expedition. You can take your existing save and just walk up to this thing, and it'll let you start the expedition. But I've already done it. You can see I've unlocked everything. I forgot I put those in there. And I don't care about the multi-tool and everything. It was hot junk. There was also the community thing, which I have never bothered doing much with. Yeah, I'm not doing that. Good that. Interacting with other human beings. Count me all the way out. Right, so I wanted to check you real fast on a couple of things. And one of those things is, did they add the flatbed thing for the Colossus, which we're going to be messing with today? Did they add it back here? Do I already have it? Like, what's the deal? So let's see here. So vehicles are over here. Work together, my friend. Always new gear to turn. Okay. It's interesting that there's literally not even a tab for the Colossus. Alright, so we probably just have it. That's what I wanted to check, is before we start anything, I didn't want to find a planet and then realize I can't even do the thing I'm intending on doing. Alright. Because the new things they've added in with this update/expedition, I would say the big one is the fact that the Colossus has been reworked. The Colossus was always your giant monstrosity of a truck that, kind of the big negative about it is it really didn't have much to differentiate it. And so, kind of as a result, you know, not very many people used it. So it's kind of just a weird ship that had a little bit of an identity crisis. Now, what's happened is they're like, okay, what can we do with this? And so they made it kind of a utility vehicle. It looks like you can get it back that adds a furnace to it and a bunch of other things. I forgot I never did name you. So, what I want to do is the new expedition fun. You said you finished it, so how do you feel about it? I enjoyed it. I definitely enjoyed it. Oh, is this where I have a minor settlement? I don't remember what we were doing in half of this. Okay, let's start. It looks like, actually, we could check on our settlements, because I've got a couple of those. Because then my carrier I keep as my forward base. So where I'm exploring is where my carrier is, and I just keep going farther and farther abroad in it. Meanwhile, my ship is wherever I am, because that's just mechanically how the game works. Alright, well, my carrier's here. In case anyone is missing the notes. But that's fine. But yeah, no, I enjoyed it. It's straightforward. It's not gonna wow or awe anyone. But, it does add, like, does cover the new mechanics they've added to the game and done a whole bunch with that. Alright. So stuff to work on is getting our ratings up. I don't care about any of those. And check out Allison Adventures, playing some Humanit Z recently. It plays a whole range of different games. Somebody I highly recommend checking out. A lot of fun time over there. Has also done a bunch of Vintage Story as well, so if you're coming over with the Vintage Story, you know, Radamant's played it, I've played it, Allison's played it. Okay, so we've definitely already been here, judging by that. So what we can do real quick is use the teleporter to check on our settlements, because I have not been on the save in a while. So I actually have a settlement that is currently actively under attack. They're basically just trying to do as many objectives in this as possible, like do more things. Would you let me on my UI so I could defend the place? I did not realize broodmothers could spawn as the thing to attack you.
Thank you Stop Todd for subscribing for 23 months.
And thank you, Stop Todd, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month. I used it here. And I do really appreciate it. I do hope you've been enjoying the stream and all that good stuff. This is going to take some work.
Thank you Sentient_Cookie for subscribing for 49 months. Subby wubby
and thank you, Senju Cookie, for the tier 3 sub. Super duper appreciate that, going above and beyond with that sub as well. And that's 49 months you've been subbed to the channel, which is a heckin' long time, and I appreciate it. Now, if I could not be fighting with... Oh my god, please. I'm already fighting one group. If you don't mind, backing the heck off. Desperate for shelter. I need to upgrade our weapon. I never bothered getting the weapon in this save to be particularly strong because it wasn't necessary. And the intention was to switch from the bolt caster, because I used that last time, over to like the submachine gun. Okay. The Hunter's Jaws unlockable helmet. Cool. Alright. So, I don't even remember why I was doing what output. That's fine. I believe I was using these to produce stuff for money if I wanted it. There we go.
Thank you Oxygen02 for subscribing for 3 months. I'm a horse.
And thank you Oxygen02 for the Prime Gaming sub. I do appreciate that as well. I actually messed up. I should have taken those out, but that's fine. I missed your streak. My apologies. And Senju Cookie on their 685 stream streak. You know, just a casual, like, little streak there. What? Why are you trying to prompt me so much on that icon there? What's a ridiculous stream, so thanks so much for that. Okay. Let's see. Guide Settlement Management. Okay, Medical Center. Award a large bonus, award a regular bonus. The settlement has achieved 85% of its productivity targets this cycle, thanks to the medical center. However, the workers who keep these systems working have been tired of late. Our scientists feel token recognition may improve their spirits. Yeah, we'll give them a large bonus. I don't really care. A stranger will arrive soon. And what I do not remember is, did we have a building upgrading or not? Alright, let's look here. Yeah, so I got a bunch of these things. I'm not going to worry about those too much. Okay. Yeah, so almost all these things you're seeing here are repeatable quests. Get that out of here. Are repeatable quests, which is why I've had very little focus on them. Because once I've done the quest, like, just doing the quest again, it can get you some stuff. They can become a source of nanites or whatever. Alright, so let's go to our other settlement, who's currently 70 million credits in debt. Good leadership going on here, don't worry about it. We had just gotten it the last time I had played. Okay, make a policy decision. Alright, our community leaders wish to improve the settlement but are unsure how to proceed. Some argue that citizen welfare is vital, others insist we prioritize increasing industrial output. Generally I've found the happiness to be more useful in my experience. The warehouse has been upgraded. Now you gotta be careful, this is a Sentinel planet. So the Sentinels here have no chill. Okay, it's going to reopen the building that we upgraded. Because the settlement mechanic's pretty cool, where you go in, and no matter what settlement you find, they're all just a dumpster fire when you start. And that the idea is you go and you get a bunch of decisions to work on various things. What ore here do we not recognize? Because seeing unidentified everywhere is going to bother me. Alright, so we're looking to quickly find if there's any more of these buildings that we can upgrade. You can see at kind of a distance that is a B-rank building by the big blue thing floating over it. What I'm looking for is there's usually a terminal right here. We need a mind control device for that one. That seems not very ethical. Alright, so you want me to upgrade it using nanites. You troll. Hey, back off. Okay, so now what we want to do is, after getting that done, so this settlement was relatively new when I last played, so I really don't know my way around it very well yet. Oh. The current building project finishes in just 1 minute. Okay. Oh, hey! This planet is actually generated as a planet with junk on it. It'd be a terrible planet to do it, because this planet is a Sentinel planet, but that is interesting that one of my existing planets is a planet covered in garbage. I'm not going to do it on this planet, I'm going to look for better, but still. Thank you so much for the hype train, hitting level 3 at 5%. With 3 gifty subs, one of which was a tier 3 sub, so I really do appreciate that support. Means a whole heck of a lot. Yeah, so we're just waiting because this one only had 1 minute, so it wasn't worth me leaving to come back. Yeah, so generally speaking, my thing is I'm going to try and find a hexagon world with garbage on it. That's the dream. A hexagon world with garbage on it, because hexagon worlds are very flat. And I think that's the best opportunity to try and make the trash work as best as possible. To see what we can accomplish with that. But yeah, so when you look at our settlement, all your settlements will start horrifically indebted. and just making no money. So you want a quantum computer? Go away. And what we're looking for is buildings we can upgrade to improve this. We can remember which building is our main building. Alright, there's nitrogen. Alright, let's switch to... Where's the Overseer's computer? That's what's throwing me off. I'm looking for the main building, which is where the Overseer's computer is. And that's where I can kind of attrition what's going on. Because the other settlement I've had for a long time, so I've got my way really well known around. Yeah, it's a house. But yeah, so I've got one of my settlements is with the Gek. This is an autophage, which is like robot people who put themselves back together. That seems like it's probably another farm. Yeah, that's a farm. This is probably a housing unit. It is. That's in our housing unit, I'm pretty sure. No, it's a storeroom. This is looking like my main building, maybe. Or this is the building I'm upgrading, never mind. Normally they actually have an icon that makes it pretty easy for you to tell what's going on. Oh, this is a trade hub. Yeah, normally they'll have a way to distinguish the main building, and they'll put your icon there. Well, I will just go to the middle thing and see if that gives me the information I'm looking for. Okay, yeah, so if we look here, we currently have a maintenance cost of about 400,000 credits a day, a productivity about 130,000 credits a day, so we're only behind by about 260,000 credits a day we're losing. Our current debt is about 7 million credits, and our time to clear that debt is infinite. But if you look at this, we've got a couple of perks that are positive things and a whole bunch of negatives. And that's normal for when you start a settlement in this game. And it will gradually improve as you work on the settlement. But you basically invest a bunch of materials, and then you can get to produce things. So the reason I want to find the headquarters building is because there'll be a teleporter in there. And I could use a teleporter to go back to my carrier without running all over the place. That's the storeroom. That's what's confusing me right now, is normally I get a settlement icon. Can I do it this way? Alright. Don't tell me it doesn't show. I think that's it. Oh. Because it's upgrading, it's all blocked off. That's pretty unfortunate. That's fine, we can work around that. What I could do here is we can just take our ship, go to the station, and that'll work. Okay. And we'll just go here. And then over to the station. In this system, I actually have 2 different settlements in. Both the settlements we went to are in the same system. But if we go here and I teleport back to my freighter, that's like my forward ops. What I want to find is a planet that has garbage on it that is relatively flat. The dream is a hexagon world, because those are usually almost perfect spheres with like caves and that, which makes them very easy to navigate. I think a lot of Paradise planets are relatively not bad. Some are, some aren't. Frozen planets are usually the worst in my experience for just being craggy as all get out. Alright, so with this, I should then be able to teleport back to my freighter. We'll just jump to a new system, see what's there. And broadly speaking, I take the time to like land on some planets, get a bunch of nanites scanning for animals. We're just gonna have a little bit of a priority going on, just in the sense of trying our best to locate, you know, suitable planets. Like, because I gotta figure out what the planets are gonna be labeled on if they're covered with garbage for me to pick up. I also want to check on agent missions, because some agent missions have to be certain places. I always forget with the scan creatures is usually a specific planet. Let's not bother with that. Let's go to our freighter. Oh, I also have a base, don't I? Your bases. Right, so that's just where we have the exocraft there. Right, so I've got my 2 bases here. I'm just going to familiarize myself with what they were because I don't remember. I believe one base that's on kind of a paradise planet, which is where I could just go and grab all sorts of junk I might possibly want. And I got another base that's on the bottom of the ocean because, you know, sometimes you want to put a base in the bottom of the ocean. We did the thing where you get to craft your own planet, and last time I did a storm planet, a gas giant, which was cool and all that, and awful. So this time I decided, you know, let's do an underwater planet, which is worse. Okay, oh, this is the marker out here. Because I have the, are these the storage containers or just, yeah. So I've got these out here for when I need sodium and all that. I can literally just max out. I'm gonna go ahead and grab those just because I can. Because I got sodium there. And I got oxygen here. Did I have a third one? I don't remember. Yes, this is a paradise planet. That's right, I named the base something like bluegrass or something like that. Because the whole planet is like this lush bluegrass all over it. And there's also appears to be trash on the paradise planet. Oh hey, something I actually haven't scanned in this planet. Too bad No Man's Sky isn't easily cross-compatible. Oh, you mean between like PlayStation and Xbox and all that? A lot of that boils down to usually PC and Xbox works great, and PC and PlayStation works great. But PlayStation has historically gone out of its way to make sure it doesn't work well with Xbox when it can get away with it. But yeah, so I got my little farm here where if you need your nip-nip, you can get your nip-nip. No surprising. Just smuggler things. Yeah, the PC and the PS4 version, yeah. It's one of the reasons that I tend to not be... Like, when something comes out, I just never was big on the PlayStation. Is as they got market share, they became more and more and more, like, just not okay with people, you know, mixing their stuff. I'm actually looking here because my inventory is very full. I don't remember why I was getting you, but you are worth money. And get rid of the Gek relics. That's the thing, I'm collecting so much junk these days because the things I'm doing can never know what I need. Dinner ball going home mentality. Well, yeah, no, it's definitely one of those things that so those two go to the freighter. It's definitely one of those things that they're very much like, hey, we've got this market share. Why would we help you, kind of thing. All right, so let's check the bottom of everything. And check out Bassett playing some Dragon Quest IX. So if you're looking for some Dragon Quest IX, you know, you can find that over there. All that good stuff. Alright, sometimes this teleporter likes me to dump me out underneath the base, which is incredibly dangerous, because as you can see from all the red text there, coastal storms corrupted. There is no flora, but only fauna. It is a water giant, so if we poke out here, you know, it's just a casual 135 degrees Celsius. I remember I didn't have much set up here, did I? Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so there's nothing for me here. We got started on this base, and I just didn't bother because, you know, sometimes that happens. Alright, so that means we are ready to go to our freighter and get ourselves moving forward. So we just did our housekeeping because I couldn't remember what all we got going on. I'm not going to sit there and go to the settlement every chance where it's like, oh, it's time for the next thing. But, like, if we finish exploring a system or something, I'll hop back really quickly, give the settlements a poke. Because, like, the one, I can't do anything for it for the next 2 hours. So, no big there. Alright. So, fleet command. No expeditions assigned or standing by. Fleet command. Alright. So, you have no expeditions out and about. Let's change that. Okay. Hello, Captain Friend. Joyous day for our fleet. I have charted new expeditions. Cool. Alright, so I have a lot of people I can throw at problems. Let's see about the industry one. So I have 2 solid industry ships and a support ship. And I do not have the fuel, so let's make the fuel. Also, before I do that, let's go to the upgrade console. Let's see, add additional parts or storage. And I've got some upgrade stuff. Gotcha, so I have higher costs. Right. Industrial room expansion. We'll work on continuing to get the stuff here done, I think. Because most of the other is cosmetic aesthetic. Fuel oxidizer. A temporary frigate upgrade that lasts 1 expedition. I'm not going to worry about that. We'll continue saving up for the stuff that helps us travel. Alright, so I need to make fuel. Let's see if that's enough to do anything or if I have to go for supplies. Alright, so again, choosing the industry one, it's the hardest one. I got 2 capable industrial ships. It'll toss a support ship in with them. You need 350 fuel. I see why I didn't have other expeditions going. What am I missing for more fuel? Dehydrogen. That's suddenly making me remember, do I have a ridiculous amount of storage here? I think I do. I'm suddenly going like, do I have a quick stack? Because I don't remember. Mildly overwhelmed at the moment because I don't remember what all we have here. Yeah, I dislike that this type of inventory doesn't have any auto-sorting. That's one thing I wish they would, changed. Oh, and I forgot I have these things, too. But they slowly fill up the inventory with materials, which is fine. And what did I have over here? Check fastenings. Oh. And that's another thing, extracting stuff. Most of that was already here when I got the freighter. I just tweaked a couple of things. That's my mission area, that's my teleporter. That's construction terminal, that's the trade terminal. That might come in handy. Alright, so sell. What am I sitting on here? I have a lot of junk in here. Is there any material I've got just an obnoxious amount that I really don't need? Let's get rid of all the fluids. And let's get rid of the rusted metal, because I don't feel like processing it. A lot of these are things I end up needing for a lot of random stuff. We can switch to our starship, because I don't remember what the heck is on there. We've got our 2000 gamma root. I'll dump that real fast. Got 2 million worth of storm crystals because the planet we're on gets storm crystals. A rusty tuning mask I could just sell. And then the freighter itself has a bunch of fish and everything on it, which I don't remember why I have those on here. But is unwilling to sell any of those things. They can't just straight up buy the fuel or anything, right? Let's see. I need dehydrogen crystals. And that's a large refinery. You don't have anything in you, right? No. Okay. So regardless, we're not going to worry about the freighter stuff. Because that's going to require dehydrogen. We can go and grab that the next time we're on a planet. So I'll toss that on the freighter itself. I'll put the factory override in the freighter itself. We can put the servo things in the freighter itself. We can put you on the freighter itself. You get where this is going. I'm just chucking stuff on the freighter itself that I don't need immediately. I'm probably not getting the cadmium, emerum, all the fancy metals I'm not going to probably need out and about. We'd chuck those in the freighter itself. Okay, we can resort you by type. The underwater stuff probably needs to be put in the portable storage. The rest of this we could probably live without because I do still have a pretty ridiculous amount of inventory space. In worst case, we can also go here, and the surplus oxygen I can toss over there. And the surplus nitrogen I could throw over, or sodium I could throw there. Take a bunch of this extra silica powder. Basically, all the stuff I've got an obnoxious amount of, I can just chuck in there for right now. Alright. Then go Starship. Same deal. Drop the cadmium over. Drop the extra stacks of this. I have so many metal plates I got it from some point. I need to sell those, honestly. The pearls are only worth selling. I've got a whole bunch of those that I can't use until we upgrade. You've got a thing for the freighter. That's probably fine for our current purposes. Okay. So with that in mind, it's time to move systems. Is this the system I made? I think this is the system I made, isn't it? It is the system I made. Did I finish fully scanning this system? No. I have 2 worlds I have yet to do. Alright, so we'll do that first, because this is the system. You can create your own system through the story. And you get to, like, kind of design it a little bit, where you're like, okay, I want it to be this type of star, that kind of thing. You don't get to, like, fully design it, but you can be like, I want my main, like, I want to have a water planet, I want to have a gas planet. Like, that kind of thing. Okay. Let's grab our Corvette. So we're not looking for you. I have in here 2 planets that I have not checked out the surface of. Let's also at a distance just look to see what our planets say now, since we have had an update. So, blighted planet. That's not surprising. You have salvageable scrap. You are a tectonic planet. You have activated ferrite and all that, and then I'm not going to worry about the moon behind there right now. Alright. And meanwhile, I believe we can look at our planet. So yeah, so this planet, we had discovered all the creatures on it. And then the other planet over here. Wait, were they both 13, or I just click on the same one twice? Okay. Yeah, so we got both those planets fully scouted. Because I don't worry about fully scouting all planets in a system necessarily. But with this being, like, my system, I'm just taking the time to, like, fully explore my system. It's pretty funny on my not permadeath save that I was going through and I made this awful, horrible gas planet. And I started naming all the animals, like, lament, disappointment, regret. All the things on the planet were kind of associated with negative feelings and all that. But, like, one of them was all those kind of things, and there was, like, all around, like, anger. I had a lot of fun just naming, like, all the minerals, you know, angry things. I had to get real creative after a while. And I know I can teleport down, but, you know, whee! This planet seems lovely. Hey, the Ents, thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had yourself a good stream. I'm betting you're playing some more Coral Island. But, good times over there. The small creature's busy adding up trade profits when I appear. Sensing me, their eyes widening in anticipation as they rub their fingers together greedily. Hello, new friend. The gag first is to units. The life form pecks empathetically at monetary figures on their pad, then bounces up and down. A refreshing sense. Do that. Alright, I missed what was being played and all that. You looked at the Star Sand Island. Ah, gotcha. I hope that was good. You know, I've heard people saying good things about it, even though, like, I know there's a whole controversy going on about like fake positive reviews. It's one of those things that you can empathize with devs, that we've had stuff in content creation similar where you'll have, like, one person who's a fan or whatever, and they do something that you don't realize to try and promote you, and it's a bad look and all that. So, you know, maybe they were in on it, maybe they weren't, who knows. But I do hope they, one, I hope it's not the case that they were in on it. But two, I do hope they're successful and all that. But I hope the game was good, and all that. Not trying to, like, undermine the game, because like I said, I know that was, like, breaking things or whatever. But I do hope the game was good. Alright, let's give him money. The life form is clearly thrilled. They give me a piece of technology in exchange. Hey, you want to know what I think of your technology? I'm not even going to sell it. We delete it from existence. That's what I think about your technology. I also don't remember at all what I haven't gotten. I'm pretty sure we have new friend to Gex System. Trader's best prices. Purchase blueprint. I probably have all these. That I do. It's been great so far. It looks nice. A lot to do. Nice approach to the thing. Easier mechanics. Like, you can upgrade tools yourself. Cool. So we got some Gex standing for dealing with that. Let's see. Didn't even walk away. Made sure to delete it right in front of the guy. Well, yeah. I mean, sometimes you just gotta assert your dominance. Alright. So, let's check what we're in for. So there's 8 creatures on here. There are rare underground. If it wasn't a system that is my system, the moment I saw rare underground, we would be out. Because rare underground are a pain in the butt. Because you'll do laps being like, please spawn, I'm begging you. I have my mouse cursor appeared on the screen and I could not handle that. That happens sometimes when you lose focus and gain focus in No Man's Skies. Your mouse cursor will just still be there. Okay, so that's 3 out of them, so we're missing 1 ground always active. There's also an extinct one on the planet. But check out the Ints playing some Star Sand Island. Does stream in German, just as a heads up. So we do have these ones. I believe Diurnal was during the... I always forget if it's like dusk, dawn, or all day. It's not night. So yeah, so we got 2 underground, 2 flying, and 1 more ground creature. The flying ones, I think, are during the day only. There's salvage containers and all that. That's cool. They have just chromatic metal on the rock in the ground. Okay. You got the roamer and all that. Okay. So it wouldn't take too much to make some batteries. Alright. And you can see how much I use this vehicle by the fact it has none of its systems upgraded or anything. So there's the exocraft radar. You don't need a special slot. Put the engine here, and this here. We have the Icarus fuel cell, which requires another microchip. Requires carbon nanotubes. So finally upgrading the kit on this. We have a mineral processing rig, which is a large refinery unit, a mounted cannon, a mounted flamethrower, an exocraft booster, radar amplifiers, an advanced mining laser. We're going to definitely need that. 2 hermetic seals. Protect us against the heat. We have the flamethrower, the mounted cannon. This allows for extra things to be scanned for. So I'll need 2 more ion batteries. This is one nice thing about hoarding constantly, is you just have everything you need where you need it. Okay, and you will allow us to scan for waste heaps, so I need 2 more microprocessors and 2 more batteries. Oh, I'm short on chromatic metal. Would you? There we go. Get on my face sentinel so I can scan. That's one of our 2 flying creatures, and we have 1 more flying creature and then 2 underground, and then we've had this system fully scanned. Okay, so you have dehydrogen in you. Rather than popping those blue crystals, I believe, over there will give me the dehydrogen. Okay. There's so many things to scan. Sentinel took your mugshot? Yup. So just trying to get the dehydrogen that we need for the fuel for our fleet stuff. Okay, did our birds fly up? Show up yet? Yes, they did. I don't think it tagged this. Okay, so let's jump in this real fast. Alright, so we got the radar amplifier also made. So what else do we got to do? We've got the booster, so that's going to be chromatic metal, and a lot of it. Let's see, high slide suspension. It just makes it slide. We have one where we have lots of forward grip and really bad angular grip. I always wonder why one of these is like yellow glowing versus the other one. Alright, so if I take you and put you here, how much of a difference does that make? They've got really, really strong forward grip. So we need chromatic metal and the other one. We can go to our exosuit, because we'll have a refinery in here somewhere. There you are. And there should be plenty of options for getting the metals we're looking for. Oh, the copper. I guess let's burn the copper. It's fine. Okay. Oh. Before I forget... customize. We're gonna get the asymmetrical cabin because we can. Oh, I don't have the flatbed module. Okay, we need to figure that out. You do the front treads. Rest is all fine. Interesting. Okay. That bodes the question of what I need to get the flatbed module. Because we went to the anomaly and checked for it. We got it during the expedition. Maybe we have to go to the exocraft thing at our base. So let's grab you out of here. And go to our exocraft here. And you'll need 2 nanotubes. There's boosters for us. So just getting all the exocraft stuff set up. They've neglected. You would need copper and nanotubes. I can't accommodate you. I can accommodate you, though. And I could accommodate you as well. So getting your different elemental shield types. But yeah, so I'm low on copper for that one. You would need basalt and methane. You also need copper. It's interesting... Wait, can I put all of these on here? It feels like these shouldn't go together. Other than the high slide one. I can't put these together, right? Okay, so hold up. So, I have this, which gives me 275% forward grip at a penalty of 48% angular grip. And then this one gives me a minus 50, so I should just have a higher grip all around. And then the high slide is just bad. Like, it just makes you slide. Alright. So we got all that stuff. So, in the meantime, though, what we'll do is we're looking for an underground area. So I can get the last 2 creatures. And normally I'd rather use the roamer. The only reason I'm using the Colossus instead is because I built the pad here already. So it's already here. And just the fact that the roamer, I don't have the freighter in system, I don't believe. But yeah, I do. Yeah, I have the freighter in system. 1 second. I can just hop out of this. That's not what I wanted. It is what I chose. Because I believe with the roamer, I've got like all the protections I could possibly want or need. I say as this is apparently a gaping pit with nothing in it. I was hoping to find a cave, and I'm pretty sure you just can't climb vertical. I stand corrected. I forgot the roamer is amazing. Also, before we forget, were there any modules that's missing from you? The fuel system, which I don't have what I need. Most of that was on the other thing. Right, I had to go back to the ship over there. That's fine. So we are looking for a cave. There's one right over there. So here's hoping it is a big cave that'll make it really easy for stuff to spawn in there. Like, there's only 2 underground creatures to deal with, so hopefully that won't be too bad. So we want to watch for is while we're underground, there are 2 life forms that we're looking for, and they only show up down here. And unfortunately, they are considered rare, which is pretty inconvenient. Pretty much what I'm doing now is I'm just running around collecting minerals while we wait for hopefully these things to spawn. And I'm picking this up because, yeah, nothing better to do while I wait. Sometimes those rare ones are only in a specific region. Yes, but they'll say when that's the case. If you pull this up and you go down here, it'll say something like only on the northern hemisphere, only in the southern hemisphere, stuff like that. All right. But they'll usually just straight up tell you. Just the same, like sometimes they'll say like nocturnal or whatever. Whatever. This isn't a particularly large cave. But I might just move on to... Yeah, let's move on to a bigger... Try and find a bigger cave. It's one cave that's a bit big enough that you can kind of run back and forth a little bit. Oh, right. I need the dehydrogen. I remember there was a better way of getting dehydrogen, I just don't remember what it was. Like that you could refine or process something down into it. Alright. As you touch the obelisk, images of the planet's ancient past flood your mind. The terrible beginning of the Gek have been absorbed by this strange stone, and their tail seems desperate to escape. The larval pools of the Balron gave glorious rise to the first spawn. As we sprang forth to the outer edge, recoiled in fear. None could oppose our rise. None will bring about our end. Seek help with language. My knowledge of the Gek increases. I learned the word ore. Oh, it's trying to tell me that my settlement on the art planet. Looks like this might be just a tiny, like, little sliver of a spot. But sometimes I'd be surprised. Yeah, no, honestly, the only ones that give me a lot of annoyance are the underground rare. Because you have to, one, find a decent enough underground area. And, like, the flying ones, if I'm underground, I can look up and see them. But the underground rare physically don't spawn unless you're underground. So it's kind of one of those things you get stuck running around in some tunnels a little bit, hoping they spawn. Yeah, this game's way too small to be useful. So the way I found the best luck is just to attempt to find a decent-sized planet, or decent-sized cave system, where you can kind of run back a little one. Yeah, they'll spawn in the small ones. It's just such a pain. If it wasn't the fact that this is like my quote-unquote home system that we made a planet in. I wouldn't bother. Just checking to see if there's anything nearby that we care about. Yeah, no, the large caves are definitely better. Because you can walk far enough that you can make some of the animals despawn. So you can kind of keep rolling the dice, as it were. Oh, interesting. There's a knowledge stone beneath us. This is looking more promising. Yeah, the catch with the small one is just the fact that, like, you have to kind of, like, to run back and forth, you have to kind of leave the cave and come back, and while you're not in the cave, the things can't spawn. So the reality of how you do is you usually just stand around and you hope things naturally spawning and unspawning works out for you. Yeah, you've given up before. Yeah, no, that's, absolutely. There's been a number of times that, like, I like to get all the animals on a planet as one of my main ways of getting nanites. But it is very much a thing that when you're dealing with the underground rare, a lot of times I will just bail unless it's a particularly lucrative planet. Like, if there's like 20-something creatures on the planet, one rare underground, I might put up with it. Okay. Yeah, no. Usually, like, you'll see, like, 12... Like, between, like, 8 and 12 is pretty typical. Yeah, so you can see some of the creatures kind of appearing and unappearing. It is interesting that Knowledge Stones spawned underground, though. I don't see that very often. Yeah, and when you start getting up to, like, the 20 or whatever it is, that's when you look at a system that if you do the whole system, you're going to get, like, 5,000 nanites for scanning. And usually the bulk of those are all going to be just regular land animals, so it's just not really a big concern. It does make me wonder if you had multiplayer and your buddy's just up on the surface murdering everything, thus forcing the respawns to be faster. Would it go quicker? Alright. We might move on to different one, because this cave system still has a lot of openings, so, like, that... Well, I mean, it's not exposed to light that determines it. Because it definitely had where there was an area considered underground, because just tunneled, like a burrow, and you'd see, like, all these kind of things on the walls, that it had rare spawn just, like, out in the open, even though it wasn't, like, technically underground anymore. I wonder if it'd even be a decent strategy to, like, go down here, hop out of your vehicle so you get your autosave, and then reload already underground so as to reload all the enemies. I haven't tried that before that I could think of. Let's go to a corner that's definitely considered underground. Because, like, I'm noticing here with that being there and this being there, I think that's weirdly not considered underground. Whereas this part with the flowers here definitely is. I'm just curious if that is a way we can kind of force a regeneration of the animals. Not that I would want to reload a bunch. So if we were to do that, when was the last time it autosaved? 27 seconds ago. So actually just run back and forth real fast here. To deliberately stay in the underground part. So like I said, I'll see if that works. Normally I wouldn't do it, but I'm just kind of curious. Because it definitely won't remember that we've spawned stuff in here. 12 seconds ago. Okay. We're just going to do a little test. Where we just unloaded and reloaded inside that cave. So it should regenerate the creatures based on our position. Now, I definitely wouldn't do the thing where you're like, unload, reload, like, to try and get it to do any of that. We'll see what happens here. So you're starting to have the creatures spawn. Those ones are below me, but not underground creatures. That's probably because this is just very, very heavy much a ridge. And we deliberately stay on the red grass that I'd say qualifies as underground. We'll give a couple seconds to load. And if that doesn't work, we'll just go and look for an even bigger cave system. Yeah, like for example, there was hazardous flora. Reloaded some of the hazardous flora. And I have had it before where I'd be in an underground cave system like this, and have the rare underground creature spawn in another cave, and then you just have to like dig through the wall to get to it. Alright, I'm leaning towards we just go for our vehicle and look for a bigger cave system. And just to have a direction, I'm heading south. I don't think it's actually a cave. Alright, I needed copper, didn't I? Well, you happen to be right here, copper. So I'm not gonna say no. Okay. So we're gonna go and grab this copper real fast, because there was some of the other upgrades we wanted that required it. Oh, thank you. Thank you for donating through Ko-Fi. I was like, for a moment I thought I left the charity thing. We don't get very many Ko-Fi donations, so thank you so much for the support through Ko-Fi. Unfortunately, it didn't tell me who did it and how much. I'd like to go and look that up real fast so I can give proper credit to whoever was so kind as to support. I wish it told me when those were. Okay. Thank you, random dude. I appreciate it. I was just trying to see what the amount was so I could give you a proper thank you. I'd have to log in. I'll do that all later. But thank you so much for that. I really do. $5? Well, thank you. I really appreciate that. It means a heck of a lot. I don't get very much support through Ko-Fi, which is, it's really good when they do, because they take a very small cut of it. But, it's stuff like that where it doesn't happen very often that catches you by surprise, like, wait, what was that? But thank you so much for that. Do you appreciate it? It will likely become food. Alright. Yup. Yeah, so just trying to get a bunch of copper. For those who don't know, when you make the radius on your drill smaller, you get significantly more material than if you make it bigger. It is just kind of the way it is. That said, if you just don't want to deal with it, you can just leave it larger and call it a day. There's nothing wrong with that. This isn't a game where you gotta min-max your stuff or anything like that. You can if you want. But even on the sweatiest try-hard difficulties, none of that is necessary. Yeah, no, I'm like 99% sure that's true. Like, I think we've tested it multiple times on stream where, I took areas and we tried to clear roughly the same amount with the little tiny radius versus the large radius. I'm pretty sure we've tested that a number of times. Granted, I might be misremembering the test results. But I know we found similar sized deposits and used like one with the big tool and one with the other one. And even with the smaller deposit being the one who used the smaller radius, I got... It wasn't only like a little different, I want to say it was a very significant difference. If memory serves me correct, which you should question. That said, the real answer is you slowly put together a network of bases that pull copper and all that for you. That way, all you do is you go, oh, I'm low on copper, and you just teleport to your base that's got your copper drill and pick up, you know, 2,000-3,000 copper, and then don't think about copper's existence for a good while. But that requires taking the time to scan for that, set up all those bases and all that, and I have not been good about it. Alright, so I'll use this to restore my shields. But yeah, so we do have drills set up for oxygen and sodium, which are two of your main survival materials. I just need to get more stuffs like that set up on different planets. And for those who don't know how you do that, I can just show you here in a second how you scan for it. I don't plan on setting up a drill on this planet necessarily. Now granted, I could see going on some of these planets and trying to set up all their different drills and whatnot. But yeah, so when you go out here, you'll notice on the bottom there's like the 1, 2, 3, 4. If I switch over to this would be looking for electricity. This would be looking for ore. Okay, so I actually have a hot spot in this direction. I don't know what it is, but it's a potential C rank, which is just how much you get. And for the smallest based on click, there's even a patch note that's supposed to fix that. It did not. Gotcha. Yeah, I think, like, I would like it to not be based on the radius. Because, like, at one hand, people are like, how do you feel about it? I'm like, it's neither here nor there for me. Because being rewarded for taking more time to do the task is certainly a thing. But also, you know, it is just pointing this at the wall and then holding a button until the ore's gone. That'll do. Okay, so my ship is roughly east. So let's plan to keep going west. And we're looking for a big cave system or other things of interest. To try and find the rare underground creatures. Hello, I need this. Would you leave me alone? The sentinels suck. The idea was the deposit 1,000 should always yield 1,000. Yeah, no, I get the idea of what it's supposed to be, but the idea versus the practice, unfortunately, do not align. Okay. Got a cave over here. There's one. Yeah, this cave will do nicely. Yeah, this is exactly what we're looking for. One really big, long cave system. So all we need now is for the other thing to spawn, because we should have one more. And just double checking, rare underground always active. There's no specifications about north or southern hemisphere or morning or night or anything like that. I usually find the ones that are hardest to get sorted are the predators, because there's just way fewer than them than the herbivores. That's just kind of the way it is. Okay. For the meantime, destroying the hazardous stuff, because this is permadeath, and you feel real dumb when you take damage to something like that because you're just not paying attention. Plus they give like oxygen and sodium, which are your survival materials. I still remember when No Man's Sky very first came out, and you had boot up in permadeath. We didn't have nearly the tools available to us that we have now, let alone like, you know, all the knowledge and everything about the game that have built up over the years. And I remember it being a thing, you'd spawn on your first planet, you would absolutely not have what you need to survive, and kind of have to like run from one area of shade to another area of shade to prevent whatever like radiation or heat or cold or whatever the problem was. And you'd want to conserve energy as best you could. Also, some of the resources weren't as generous. And so you'd run from like one cave entrance to another, and you get to that new cave entrance, and you would mine just about everything you could reach from that cave entrance, and then do that to kind of leapfrog yourself to your ship. And like once you got established, the game was mostly the same, but it was always that first planet was just so much worse. They did a lot of things over the years that there's been kind of a power creep in No Man's Sky, not to the same extent you have in like action RPGs and all that, where you know you have to keep escalating the threats more and more because you just punched God in the mouth, and you're like, okay, but now what next? Well, now it's interdimensional God. Okay, now it's like, you know, the more powerful, significant other than dimensional God, and you're like, look, man, I get it. You're just making crap up at this point because you never expected to get this far. But as you get those like later technologies and all that added, and they're accessible earlier in the game, what was hard previously becomes completely trivialized even on a new character, because you just know, oh, to defeat this thing, I can just leverage this mechanic and just take care of it. I miss those days of like the permadeath starting worlds being genuinely scary. Like this one, our starting world was incredibly tame. I want to say like I barely had to use resources beyond oxygen just for basic survival. But there's no like setting to be like, hey, give me a hard world. I already know I've turned myself around at least once in here. Not that it matters. We just stroll around in the cave until we find our last critter. And then we leave this planet. Like I said, normally when I'm on a planet that's got an underground rare, I'll just skip it and move on. But this is the system we made for the the autophage stuff. Which is a cool thing. If you ever played through the game and you just never focus on the story, I do actually highly recommend checking out the autophage things, which is only available when you've not fully finished the story, but gone to like kind of those last step or two. Because that kind of like post-late game kind of stuff. There's a lot of cool things locked behind it. And then two, it is fun to be like, hey, I quote-unquote made this system. Which I'm assuming what actually happens behind the scenes is there's just the purple planets or whatever, the purple stars, I should say, that are normally not accessible. I think they just make it accessible and they just dump you in one. Now, it could be that they do actually create a net new one and just add it to the database or whatever, but I don't know. It feels like the kind of thing you could hand wave, and easily enough, if like anything is discovered, the system would be ineligible to accept you. And it wouldn't have to do any type of meaningful like computational load. All right. I remember it was important on your first planet in Permadeath to not run but walk to conserve your oxygen until such point that, you know, you had an abundance. Another thing I notice a lot of times is once I discover the rare creature, I'll usually see like 4 of it before I leave and just be like, grr. Yeah, it was one of the underground creatures, but it's the one we already found. Okay. I think one of the things I'd love to see No Man's Sky in the future is I'd love to see some idea of like terraforming. Like, it doesn't need to be, you know, something as deeply designed as, like, PlanetCraft or anything like that. It could even be something that, like, you would have the ability to... Sorry, I saw, like, another unknown one. I was trying to find it. It could be something like you could set up stuff on a planet to work on terraforming it. And maybe you could take it, like, just certain planets would be eligible, I guess would be the thing. Like, you could have a barren planet. And you would be able to use a barren planet, and you could kind of shape it into another planet. So kind of like where we can, you know, create our water world or gas giant or whatever, instead of just like hand wave it exists, be able to go to the planet, and it would still be the same planet, but it would just kind of change the flag on it saying, okay, are you an ice world or whatever world? The thing that would be mechanically curious in how they would handle is the animals and plants. Well, I guess actually they wouldn't need to, because if we restricted it to only stuff like barren planets, there would be no animals or plants on it, because it's barren. And then from there you could make it so it would create animals or whatever. But that to me would be a fun way of making it so you can impact the play. I can't see what's happening. I think we're having a So that's not going to be my rare creature. Those worms don't usually count. Because I also find the worms extremely frustrating. Because you go to target them, and it ends up just being a thing where, like, even though you have your mouse on, it just doesn't want to scan. Okay. And people can correct me if I'm wrong with the worms, but I'm pretty sure I've had multiple planets I fully scanned without getting the scan off on, like, the giant worm. Yeah, I think this might be going under one of the volcanoes. Because it did take an extreme heat damage up here. And I could see nothing. I'm always trying to remember. Games, please, for the love of everything, give us good flashlight. Why is every flashlight in almost every game like a sad, sad old incandescent bulb flashlight from like the 80s you got out of a Chex box with half-dead batteries? Why? Why can't we ever have a good flashlight? Like, it's one thing when it's like a horror game, you're like, yeah, this is going for the ambiance, yada yada, blah blah. But there's so many games where it's like, but that's just not what the game is. Oh. Hey, DG, how's it going? I'm pretty sure what I'm hearing over there is a volcano going up. But yeah, so this is why normally I skip. It is okay for games where you upgrade the... Yeah, no, that's also another thing to get behind. I can get behind they give you, like, some beginner flashlight, and it is quite literally, you know, the old flashlight you got out of the cereal box that the batteries last no time at all, and they're dim as all get out. But they give you an upgrade path to get a proper flashlight. I can get behind that, absolutely. But, like, when you only get the one flashlight, and it's like someone made the, you know, someone whispered the sign, like, whispered light, and you're not really sure if it got brighter or not, or if it's all in your head. Like, if I can't distinguishably be like, oh, this is way, you know, this is, you know, reasonably brighter, If I have to sit there and scratch my head and be like, is it brighter though? Doing good yourself? I'm doing pretty good. We're just, we're in the system that we built our water world, and I'm trying to scan our planets. We're going to be looking for a hexagon world for, doing garbage things. But I figure my own worlds in the system that we made through the storyline, those worlds I will take the time to scan all the creatures. Because they're my worlds. Unfortunately, we are looking for a rare underground creature. We're just at the mercy of how long it wants to take to spawn. Now, grant this could be another example where it's like, I wonder if reloading the game, because it unloads all the creatures and therefore has to reload them all, you know, some more rolls of the dice to get your creatures. I have no idea if that's actually a thing that works. This would probably be a good experiment for it, since I've got a nice big cave for this one. There you are. Okay. Got our target. And done. Everyone found. Cool. So let's get out of this cave system. And summon our ship in. Because we are done here. Okay. So, what I haven't checked is with our discoveries in the system, have I gone and uploaded them and actually named the things or not? Because I know in my not Permadeath save I did take the time to name all the stuff in my home system. Not names that made sense. They're all just like lament, regret, despair. Alright. Okay, so we didn't give them special names. Alright. Well, if I haven't done that with the other ones, then no problem. That one we already turned in. Give me my nanites. They've got one last planet in the system. So Valbrood detected. So it's looking like any planet might be able to have all the garbage dump stuff. Which tells me then the answer is we just look for a hexagon world to begin with. And we base from there. And then once we've got this system good, we're going to go back to our freighter. And from our freighter, we're going to just jump on to the next system. And we're going to be looking for hexagon worlds. Grabbing the occasional mission along the way. How are my, what was it? No, it's guide and catalog. Okay, so... Yeah, so we still got standings with, like, everyone to go. We haven't been on Extreme Worlds that long. Yeah, which place are we farthest behind? Recipes were the farthest behind? Oh, right. The thing I need to figure out is how we get the trailer for the back of the Colossus in this. My suspicion is it's probably going through either the exocraft stuff on your carrier. So happy to meet a new customer. Buy. Buy happiness. I'd love to buy happiness. Are you selling happiness? I would love to buy happiness if you're selling. Like, you're just straight up selling happiness? Why didn't I think of just buying this before? I always thought happiness is something you pursue, and it's, you know, it's a regular and constant effort. I didn't realize it was just, you know, just hit up your local merchant and get yourself a bag of happiness. Alright. So this is a misty planet, whatever that means, and it's got a vile brood on it. Okay. He was hinting at selling his nip buds? Ah. That checks out, so he's just a dealer. Just looking for any point of interest. Not picky. Oh, there's one right there. Okay. All-consuming fog. That's just it. Just double checking because I've had times before. Alright. Yep, so it's just a checkpoint. Alright, so how many creatures on this planet? There are 10. No underground to speak of, so 2 flying who are out during the day, 3 underwater, and a bunch of ground. Alright, well, the underwater ones, I believe, are all done. Yep. The ones that fly won't show up till daytime. None of them said anywhere special, right? Yep, no, it's literally just superheated rainstorm approaching. There's our next target. It's fine. It's less fine. So it's trying to do... Okay. Memories imbued in this rock long ago by ancient Gek channel into my brain. I recoil, but am compelled to somehow understand. The first spawn is the scourge of the outer edge. In its wake, empires will fall, planets will crumble, galaxies will kneel, tremble at our name, for we are the almighty Gek. None can oppose our ascendance. I'd like to know more about your words. Alright, and I'd like to get in this thing before I die in a storm. Okay, we got one of our land animals. So I'm gonna do here real fast. I'm gonna cut across the bottom and dig up onto this plateau. So that'll protect me from the weather for a minute or like while I'm under here. It'll get me up to land where we can hopefully get the creatures to spawn we're looking for. There's none of particularly rare creatures or anything like that. Not in this world. Okay, go to you. Okay, so we got a bunch of those up here on the plateau. Got an unknown building over there. I need to get the scanner so I could stay in the vehicles and scan for critters. Okay. Alright, and we got another one of these. Flickering embers appear in the stone. Although I do not recognize the language, somehow I can read the history of the strange planet and the Gek who once resided here. The first spawn grew. Weakling, poor Wiggle lost their tails to the spawning syrup and became mighty warriors. Each was imbued with the might of the Gek Dominion and its unquenchable will to claim the stars. Yep, keep telling me about your language. So long as there's word. There's no other creatures. Okay, so that leaves me a couple more ground creatures and the 2 flying creatures. This seems like a reasonable place to be on foot then. Because we're far more likely to find these things walking around than we are to try and drive where I can't scan for them constantly. Guess we're getting a lot of whatever those are spawning. While I wait for them to spawn, we usually just hop around and just scan random trees and bushes and plants and rocks. All that giving us a little bit of cash, and also will eventually be able to be translated into a little bit of nanites. Let's vaguely head towards knowledge stones while we do this. Get them down to what? One more. So you got 1 rare ground creature. Oh, there was another rare underwater. Okay. 1 rare ground creature, 2 flying creatures, and 1 rare underwater creature. Or sorry, one rare ground creature, 2 flying creatures, and 1 rare underwater creature. Honestly, I think the underwater creature will go pretty quickly. Okay. Another thing you could always do while I'm here is, as we're running between these, just scan to see, like, if I can find a power source that has things worthwhile nearby. I probably should have already done it. We'll most likely discover everything here long before that becomes a big thing. Assume that's considered one of the flying creatures. Yep. Just weirdly is on the ground. Alright. Get a couple of knowledge stones over here. Okay, that'll be the other flying creature, so I got one ground creature and one underwater creature to go. We'll avoid the hazardous flora. Otherwise, I got a bunch of knowledge stones here. This plant seems to be relatively good for that. Okay. A movement pack quality A. Alright. I assume I don't want that, but we'll see if I can even hook it up. Oh, I don't have place to put it. Never mind, I'm not going to do anything. Well, whatever. There's a nav beacon. I'm not so worried about that. Yeah, so it's one... the rare underground creature and a rare ground creature. Sorry, rare water creature. Which means it's most likely a predator, so it'll be a while to see one where then we'll see it attack other animals. We got a ton of animals here. Okay, so over by that pillar, got a place where there's power. Okay, so down in the water. Just trying to get them a second to load in. Sometimes when you point at the animals, it takes a second for them to actually put it there. Okay. Do that in a second. All right. So this is a B class one. We do have a gas hotspot. Pretty far that way. Okay. And just checking to see if the local power thing is nearby any materials we care about. I don't anticipate it being gas. It'll probably just be like oxygen or something, and probably not a very high one. It's a C potential, so I expect very little of it. And nitrogen. Still not something I care about. Okay, with the storm present, let's go ahead and check for the underwater thing in the meantime. That way I'm not pushing my defense stuff to eat a bunch of materials. One last peek for the rare spawn up here. Water's too shallow for me to dive here. Why do you hear the Jaws theme song? That'd be called Trauma. For you watch Jaws maybe a little younger than you maybe should have. Or the moment you see deep water, you're like, oh no. It's all happening again. Thankfully, I can finally get into water where I'm not just constantly getting shoved at the surface again. Alright. That's weird they flashed red there for a second. Let's go try and find this underwater creature. There are times they don't show up unless you're deep enough. Especially with the rares. Okay. So it sounds like 2 might be home. That said, I'm not a particularly hospitable place for me to step away for a minute. Because we are in permadeath, so dying would kind of suck. All right. Oh, I thought I saw a red dot. Okay. Basically, it's trying to go deeper as able. Just in case, as well as creatures that has a depth requirement. So far, almost everything's been spawning above us. Make sure I'm not missing any. Alright, so it doesn't have any more tunnel that way. A lot of planets, when I'm doing this, I'll literally just land, and within 5-10 minutes I'll have everything scanned. Yeah, and this is looking like that might be, getting pretty close to whatever the edge of the area is. There's not much area down there, so I'll move on. And got it. Okay. So with that, we've got our fish, which means I got one last ground creature, and then everything on the planet is scanned. And then that'll be our home system done, at which point we're going to focus a lot less on just scanning all the critters. I hear crit. Oh, it's the birds. I need to get all of my vehicles to have the scanner for various critters. So I can just go around my vehicles more. Alright, so that area over there looks like it'll be pretty good for us to do stuff. Let's go ahead and just summon the Nautilus. It'll just be faster for tearing across here versus walking and swimming. Okay. Because with all these trees, there's definitely going to be enough land to get stuff to spawn in. And then with that, it'll be time to move on to the next system, see if we can't find ourselves a good world for garbage. I'm also going to take 2 seconds to check on our freighter when we have to get onto our freighter for the jump. Okay, we need to wait for the storm to break. Alright, what we can do in the meantime for that. Alright, is there anything else worth putting in here? That all requires storm crystal, which I believe we have on our freighter. Just gonna kind of slide on over to the Knowledge Stone. Then we'll check again. Got another Knowledge Stone over there. Okay. Right, next knowledge stone's a bit to the right. It'd be nice if the storm eased up. There we go. And that is every single life form scanned in our home system. The system that we, like, made our planet in. Oh, don't want to climb into that. Alright, but before we get into all that, what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to jump out real fast. And I'm going to get my credit for this, actually. As I mentioned, I believe Tomb is home. Let me just double check to make sure that is the case. I see that she is actively typing a text to me, which means she's probably home. How difficult is it to build your own Corvette? You haven't built plates in the Corvette update? It's really easy. It's not at all hard. There's a bunch of ways to get the parts too, so if you don't like one mechanic, you can get the others. It is a little finicky, but like it's not hard. It's just a little fussy, if that makes any sense. Like it's not a difficult thing, like you're not running cable and all that through it or anything. But sometimes you won't be able to get the parts to snap just the way you want them and that kind of thing. So bear with me, chat. What's going to happen is I'm going to step away for just a couple of minutes, welcome my wife home, throw some food in the oven, that kind of thing, and I'll be right back. Let's see, your Corvette just looks like a big Rebel cube with thrusters. Oh yeah, a lot of people do. There's a lot of cube ship. Alright, but I'm going to be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again so much for tuning in. I'll be back in a few minutes. Okay, and I am back. Yeah, no, if you've done Starfield shipbuilding, it's very, very, very similar to Starfield shipbuilding. The difference being you don't buy the parts as much. You go to the planet to like salvage to get them, which I think is more interesting. But once you bring them back, if you're like, but this isn't the part I want, you can trade to get the parts you want. Okay, so we finished with our system. So now let's get off this planet. And from here, we're going to go to our freighter. I should have enough thing to set out a couple of expeditions at our freighter real fast. The freighter should be this way from us. So the question is, are you up? There you are. That's fine. That must be like directly on the other side of the planet where that considers a good heading. We're going to go to the freighter. We're going to send off a couple of expeditions. Because I got my 2 computers, so I can do 2 expeditions at once. And I'm going to check. Ship in. Destroyed. Please help, friend. The communicator image sputters. The signal is weakening rapidly. Hireling dam ship appears to be in urgent need of repair. You can... Hey, I know I gave you 1 metal plating. How would you feel about, like, maybe buying, like, 100 of them? Because I really do need to not have these in my inventory. Unit thief salesgate sell me goods. Friend, please make... Yeah, so basically he got scammed is what he's saying. He's like, I need to make money. I need to make the money. Please, please spend the money. Well, later. Okay. Oh my god, stop pulling me out of Go Fast. You know, spam me with calls. Alright. Just trying to get to our capital ship. Oh, I need to top off my fuel. Nope, I'm on the bottom of the ship. Alright. So what I want to do is beam aboard. Alright. So let's see if we can't send off 2 expeditions. I also want to check to see if in the, if in, like, the planning area, we can get extra stuff, crystal fragments. Alright, so it's on the freighter. You're missing a component. Tritanium. Alright. That's fine, we won't do that. So let's check to see if the exocraft specialist back here. That's construction terminal. I don't think there's anything I need on it. Traveler Fred, you taunt me each time you enter and leave this home of ours. You see the world, and I see a world of glass. Grant me small comfort, traveler. Collect image is a place I visit. No. No, no, I don't think I'm gonna do that. Large refinery. Trade hub. Stuff I don't care about. Oh, was it over here that we had the exocraft thing? No. Oh, right. The exocraft thing up here I don't think does anything we care about. Let's see here. You have the scientist specialist room. The scanner room. So I need a battery. So that's the mission room. That's a teleporter. Here we got the planetary scanner room. Scientist specialist room. I have more rooms we need to unlock. I just been pretty lazy about the ship because the ship, most of the stuff in the ship is basically the exact same as your home base. Let's check in our home base, which is Bluegrass. And I just want to see if the exocraft person down here gives me the back for the Colossus. Because we went to try and set up the Colossus to have the trailer like we had in the expedition, and I didn't have it. We already checked at the anomaly to see if there was any exocraft stuff to get there, and I didn't see it there either. So, just trying to check that out. The other thing it might be, well, I'm hoping it's not to the anomaly, because I feel like that would be something so easily overlooked. Okay, so you're the exocraft dude. Our work is almost concluded, but every end is a beginning. I am too weak to travel as I once did, too tired to continue my pilgrimage. With your leave, I shall remain here and stand by your side against your enemies. Woe betide those who transgress against us. The technician offers me an acceleration module upgrade. Take it. It has been a pleasure working with you, traveler. Return when you are ready. I have a proposition for you, a lucrative and repeatable venture. Our work is almost concluded, but the very end is the beginning. I have 2 weeks to go. We literally just read this. Sure. It's been a pleasure working with you. Please. I'm apparently in purgatory. He's in a dialogue loop? And just giving me acceleration modules? I'll say yes one more time, and if that doesn't work, I'll decline it. So he gave me 7 exocraft boost modules. All right, are you good now? Okay. Okay, cool. He is freed from his trap of repeating himself forever. Yeah. Yeah, no, a lot of the story stuff you get through them, it's like, oh, these people suck. Yeah, so We don't know why I don't have the flatbed mod. Oh, you know what I bet you we need to do? I bet you we just need to go to a planet that has one of those, recycle things or whatever, and it probably just handles it. Alright, 5 carbon nanotubes. So we've got what protections we can have to all of the different resources. You know, I intentionally bought all the upgrades for the exocrafts at the anomaly, so a lot of the special quests were redundant. Yeah, there is a few you can only get through the quest thing. Just like the base, there's a few you can only get through their storyline as well. But yeah, by and large, it's like, oh, I don't really care about this. Mineral reprocessing rig, probably not something I care about. I'm probably not going to use this gun, but I've got enough slots of this thing. It's kind of just like, I'll just, if I got the materials, I'll put it on there. Why not? Except the high slide tires. Give me them wiring looms. Yeah, you can 100% ignore the story and did for years. Yeah, I thought there was like 1 or 2 things that they eventually did add in that you got through them. But it's still like neither here nor there. Right, and I need more stuff there as well. Okay. So let's go under the assumption that once I go to the other planets, we'll be good. They lock the purple stars behind them. Yeah. Alright, so I've got visitors waiting at both of my settlements. And then, like I said, we're already done. I'm not going to go to our other bases. We're just hitting the settlement, hitting the next settlement, and then we go on to the next system. All right. That I believe is mellow yellow. Let's greet our visitor. Okay. Settlement mechanist Smirus was found lurking outside the settlement walls. They are being pursued by sentinels and hope to take shelter in your walls. Okay. So we can assist them, we will incur a little bit of debt, and we will get increased standings. 0 questions about it, welcome aboard. Alright. And we are still on a net negative money-wise. Alright, let's reopen our agriculture building. Yeah, no, Melio's the, it's basically Coca-Cola's Mountain Dew. The direct competitor. Okay, so you need organic catalysts. What's it take to make an organic catalyst? Enriched carbon and thermic condensate. Wait, so how much of this do I need? 3. Alright. So, let's go down here. I believe we could pin the recipe. I really wish, this is the one part of the game I wish they cleaned up a little bit. So we have that. So is that... and trying to find the other materials. So is you, and thermic condensate, and thermic condensate requires sulfurine. In other words, it ain't happening. Okay, so that building's not happening. What about the next building? Domestic unit. Pure ferrite. Nice and easy. Okay. And we finished the issues there for right now. I do kind of wish you could just manage these things remotely, so instead of going to like all the terminals, you could just like pull up the settlement computer like on your thing and be like, okay, I want to welcome this person, I don't want to welcome this person, and not have to teleport to each and every one of them. Alright. Envoy Mentved has fled another settlement after a violent quarrel. They present themselves as a psychologist of some renown. They feel they have much to offer us. Okay, so we can gain a resident psychologist, increase our maintenance cost, and increase our population, or an unknown outcome. I'm gonna just... we want more people. Are you still shooting off fireworks from where I helped you earlier? Dude, get a life. I'm not paying you to take that long of a break. Alright, so hot ice. So hot ice is an enriched carbon and nitrogen salt. One of these two settlements was making nitrogen salt. They both have debt, so it's fine. Your progress with a ship drop stopped at 75% for some reason? I don't know. Okay, so let's check on that again. So, we have the hot ice. So it's nitrogen salt and enriched carbon. The nitrogen salt requires nitrogen. Alright. You need bionic lures. Which, of course, is another thing that I gotta shuffle through everything. Bionic lures are ion batteries, amino chambers, and lubricant. That is gonna be way more effort than I'm looking to do. So there's all S rank. There's a B rank way over there. And an A rank over there, and a B rank over there. Superconducting fibers. Alright, superconducting fibers. Also, what are you made out of? So you're not actually hard to make, it's the lubricant that it's going to be a pain. Oh, that's why I had all the gamma roots that I got rid of. Welp. That's absolutely don't play for a little while. Superconducting fibers. I did not see them. which means I must not have the recipe for it. Alright, well that one's off limits. That's this one over here. We got the A rank to upgrade over here. Dirt. Just straight up dirt. Which, amusingly enough, I do not have, and I don't believe there's a fast and easy way to get dirt. Let me guess, you also need dirt. Remember, it's getting dirt from something. Is having to wait for it to collect. Yeah, both of those are waiting on dirt. Remember dirt as well as things that you have to, like, process or something. Alright, the answer is, I'm just not bothering with that. And you also need dirt. I can't remember if there's a way to look a bunch of stuff up. Are you fully upgraded? I can't... Yeah, you're fine. Alright, so... Yeah, so you don't get to see what your production is to there. Manage all settlements. Okay, so I can stop between these to, like, adjust things, but I can't do the other stuff there. That's fine. Alright, that's fine. Well, I don't feel like messing with that. We can deal with that. That's Tomorrow Me's problem. Let's get to our ship. Let's find a new system. We are looking for a hexagon world, ideally. I say that... Oh, wait. That's right. We want to find a hexagon world, ideally. Otherwise, we want to pursue stuff like nanites and whatnot. But with this, we have officially fully scouted our home system. Hyperdrive has no fuel, so bear with me for just 1 second. We can go to our freighter. I believe I literally have extra fuel, just not there. Okay. Well, that's interesting. I don't have any of the upgrades or anything. Yet I'm able to move around. Alright, so I need quartzite. That just gives me... that's for purple stellar bodies. Red stellar bodies. That just boosts its range. So quartzite. Let me guess. Quartzite was on... Alright, 1 second. We can hop over to our freighter real fast. Or not our freighter, our Corvette. Because it looks like I... How did I get this into this purple star system if I don't in fact have what I need to go into a purple star system? So I need like one node of quartzite should be plenty. Cobalt and ammonia. Basalt, silver, and whatever. I can do it this way. What am I doing? But... Oh, that's the minor settlement. Oh, okay, okay, I see what's going on here. Alright. Alright. My freighter is not in the system that was my system. We've been scanning a system that I just have a settlement in. That's fine. We still got a bunch of nanites for it. That's not what I want. It's real dangerous to be out here. Where... Please, for the love of everything, let me back in the ship. Thank you. Okay. So I was just confused as to where my freighter was. My freighter is still my forward base. What I need to do is quickly pop over here, teleport to the system. I've got my giant, the bottom of everything. This is the system I have everything in already. And this is the system I care about if I've scanned everything. Which I think I have. But I also need the quartzite so that we can upgrade our freighter. Alright. Yeah, so go to discoveries here. This has activated quartzite, so this is a little too good. Well, crap. I'm wrong is what I am. So I discovered all but one creature on that one. Okay. Well, that still can work out. We haven't explored the system yet. Okay. It's fine, don't worry about it. We just have an area where we're over 2,000 U under the water. This is the wonderful planet we made for ourselves. It's alright, we're just going straight to the surface. It's just real far down there. That is not part of the recharging all the things. Bigger submarine, please? Yeah, I would love to get a really big submarine like we have in Subnautica. The Cyclops just definitely was a standout there. Okay, cool. So this is all I need was we got our ship here. We've already gotten all the creatures on this planet as well. I do not. I do not have all the creatures even on my home planet. Okay. Fine. 1 second. Alright. So I am gonna name the crap on this planet. Whee!
Thank you Blind Earl for subscribing for 7 months. Bella Lurk stream muted.
Hey Blind, thank you so much for the Prime Game sub. I understand you said stream muted and all that, but I'm still going to acknowledge it. But thank you so much for the Prime Game sub. You only get well as a month, and I really do appreciate it. I do hope you're enjoying the stream and all that good stuff. Alright, now I just need Okay, so they're all underwater. One is nocturnal. But they're all common that are left. We got the one uncommon one. But yeah, no, check out Blind and our fantastic content creator on the platform. Plays a lot of decent games that are very kind of retro-esque, doing like Dwarf Fortress, Caves of Cud, all that kind of good stuff. So if any of that sounds like your jam, you can absolutely find over there. Also, a fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team, the stream team that I am on. But definitely worth checking out. Good times over there. A lot of good dry wit, good humor over there. So I'm leading to believe that I must go deeper. Because I'm only seeing the giant squid. Alright, so let's get back to our submarine. Because there's a good chance to find the Arc creatures, I'm going to have to go deeper in the water. So meanwhile, there is no new technology we can install here. Alright, so you need carbon. I don't have carbon of all things. Alright, we can make carbon happen. What is a material I have a lot of on me that might become carbon? Okay. Those might. They do. Is it a wasteful way of getting carbon? You best believe it is. But it is enough for a fuel cell. Doing one quick check around. Okay, we got ourselves a second underwater creature. Can't actually seem to interact with it at the moment. So we'll simply resummon it. Do one more check. Oh, wait, we got another one of the creatures. Okay, now there's just one creature left, which is underwater nocturnal. Alright, this is looking like... Oh, this isn't necessarily nighttime. This is just a storm. Can I check what time of day it is? Alright, so what we can do in the meantime... I've done a terrible job at scanning this system. It's common nocturnal, so it shouldn't take much to appear. But what we can do in the meantime is we get to name stuff on this planet. So it is a water world. With horrible things on it. The only issue is I don't get the ability to see what time of day it is. That's interesting. So I've got the moons around here. Yeah, so I think we're still in daytime, just judging by the shadowiness of everything. We're just kind of getting to dusk. Alright, so we can name stuff as we wait for the time to pass a little bit. Alright. So we got our animals here that we can name. Where we've got what looks like a nightmare shrimp thing. Their lives are short, and the saltwater fish spend their days in a desperate swim to find a willing mate. Scavengers, they feed upon the soft downward drift of plankton, feasting upon the dying remains of tiny organisms. Additional observations: fragile skull. The swells are getting big enough that that's a pad that's supposed to be on the, Alright. Call it Nightmare Shrimp. I want to actually, like, rotate the image. I'm not sure if you could do that. Because left click doesn't seem to do it, right click closes it. The WASD switches back and forth here. Arrow keys don't move it either. Alright. Just trying to get where it's nighttime and get the last thing scanned. Alright. That is just a weird creature. Call it Nightmare Shrimp. I wouldn't call it necessarily a nightmare shrimp. Now that's just like an angry-looking seahorse, and that's just straight up a squid. That's not even anything unique. It's just a squid. Just a regular old squid, but big. Ebony seahorse. There. It's like vaguely got the dark or whatever. I feel like prawns now, you call them shrimp prawns here, are the smaller, and the smaller ones are shrimp. Yeah, so this is, to be clear, this is apparently a 36.4 kilogram shrimp thing. So you're talking, it's half a meter in height. You know what? I'm leaning a little bit towards that nightmare shrimp. Because Yeah, no, that's the size, not even of a dog. That's like the size of a pretty decent dog. Not a huge dog, but a pretty decent sized dog. Like a mid-sized dog. All right. I'm leaning towards something being like full family meal. Full family. The full seafood platter. Shrimp. 36 kilograms, which is still big. Yep, it's done. The full seafood platter. Next we have a squid. 36 is very big. How many pounds would that be? Like 4 or 40 or 50 pounds? Double? Gotcha. It's big. A perfectly normal squid. And it's partly doing that because time should still be passing while I was doing that. We can hopefully get this last critter to show up. So the other way we can make the critter show up, we can pop up here real quick. We can teleport onto the ship. We can fly to the side that's nighttime. Okay, so if we look here, if I go south, I should be heading towards nighttime. Except I can't tell, why don't I have my navigation stuff? Where's the sun relative to you? With a star, I guess I should say. I don't know. I don't see the star. I mean, this honestly looks like the nighttime side. Okay, that would imply I've headed more towards the daytime. I hate that this planet is almost always, you know, storming, so you can never see any details. Okay. So what I'm trying to do is get to the nighttime side of the planet, because the last creature I need to find is nocturnal only. I don't actually think that's telling me day and night. The thing I'm going towards the day. Alright. Okay, so that's clearly the nighttime side of the planet over there. There we go. That's what we need. Because it could take that planet forever to become day or night. Excuse me. And planet scanned. Alright, so we got our last creature here. Oh. Oh, you're actually pretty cool. Let's see. Highly intelligent, these fish appear to be aware of the world beyond their waters. They seem haunted by this realization. The land of wonders they will never visit. Scavengers, they feed upon the soft downward of plankton, feasting upon the dying remains of the organisms. Hidden extra tongue. So basically it is a fish who has a level of intelligence that they are aware that there is like space and everything out and beyond and all that stuff. And they're a fish. And it just upsets them deeply that they'll never know. You love them? Pretty fish? It is. Just the fact that they're aware. You wonder how tasty they are? It's also a 21.9 kilogram fish at 0.4 meters. So about 1.5 feet tall and just a bit over 40 pounds. So a decently sized fish. Beautiful existential crisis. Fish. I probably misspelled of it. Nah, we can do better than this. Instead of beautiful, we can do better than this. Glorious existential crisis fish. And done. Give me my 1,000 nanites and get me the hell off this planet. Oh. And then Sea of Eternal Storms. There. So I've named my planet and all that crap. Alright, so that's activated quartzite, that's regular quartzite. We have unknown moons and all that we haven't been able to do anything with. Alright, so that's a water-locked planet. Unknown, unvisited. We're just gonna choose a planet, work our way through the system. Because I need the quartzite to upgrade our freighter. Okay, it is a plated planet with quartzite, gold, and silver. So there's a chance that this planet might work out perfectly for our garbage collection schemes. Because we're looking for a relatively flat planet with the hope that when we get the back piece for the Colossus, that we'll have like a nice flat planet to roll around and do all that. I don't remember. Oh, plated is not that. Oh wait, maybe it is. Oh, it is a hexagon world, but it's a really janky one. That's fine. We'll just drop in here. Okay, because it's definitely not a planet that's going to be easy to navigate. Weather, memories of frost, sentinels ever present, flora lost, fauna unusual. There are a bunch of random critters around. Okay. Okay, we found the animal on this planet. And none of this planet fits the other criteria stuff we want. So we have accomplished our goal. We are leaving. No, you didn't. We needed quartzite. That's right. Part of why we came here. So we can pop in here real fast. I think that's quartzite right there. Before we go anywhere, it's a litho jelly. Give me my nanites. And Technoprint Hills. It's a terrible name for a planet. And it is mine. And there's the quartzite I need to upgrade the freighter. I don't feel like taking the time to do the small thing. Even if it does give you just so much more yield, despite the times they've tried to fix it. Question is, did I get a decent amount doing it that way? We got about 400. Yeah, I'm willing to bet if we use the smaller size, I probably would have got about 700-800 out of that same exact node. Is there another quartzite node right here? If there is, I'll grab it. If it's not particularly close. Let's just do a quick peek to see if I can't get a place where I can put up a quartzite drill. Okay. And see if we get anything good here. It's a quartzite spot. There is no power nearby, which kills it pretty badly. Technically, I could chuck a bunch of solar panels on it, and that might actually work. Do I want to take the time to set that up? I feel like I shouldn't care about it. What would it take? So I would need to make a base computer. You know what? Leave it. I changed my mind. I don't want to do this here. Okay, does that make it a... If I had the power and all that nearby, I would probably do it. But I think for just a quartzite node and nothing else to support it, it doesn't make sense. Where I want to put my base, I want at least either a material and, like, two materials, whether it's a metal and a gas, or two metals, or something like that. So, like, if we got quartzite nitrogen, maybe, or whatever. Or quartzite and gold. Or at least quartzite and a power node on its own. Alright, but the point is, that planet already done. So the next planet on the list is going to be wherever you are. Oh, the bottom of everything was what I named the system. I actually meant to name that first planet that. That's the reason I was confused by that. That's fine. Alright, so we're looking for a relatively flat planet for purposes of garbage collection. The next planet we're going into is a rotting planet. Cool. That sounds terrible. Yeah, we find a planet that's relatively flat, or at least like rolling hills. We'll see about doing the garbage collection. Because we did the expedition, but I want to see outside of the scripted expedition kind of thing how that goes there. That sounds like larvae. Yeah, no, it sounds awful. Alright, so this is looking very discouraging so far as a planet for garbage collection. This is looking extra craggy. You know what? It's a bunch of knowledge stones. That's good enough for me to land there. Wait, was that a sentinel? That's a sentinel building directly. Well, actually, was that a sentinel building or trade hub? Oh, you're blinking at me. What do you got going on here? Nothing. Because I haven't been using you. Got monolith over there. Alright, so scanning stuff takes first priority. So far as the creatures. Because that gives me a huge bonus in nanites. That's 7 out of 14. There are a lot of creatures on this planet. Okay. So what do we got so far as obnoxious stuff? There is underwater. And there is an underground rare. Unfortunately. Yeah, there's not a whole lot of underground down here in the underground. Okay, I've got something we haven't scanned over this way. A giant nightmare bug. Okay, so what are we looking at now? We got 6 left. Common underwater. Common underwater, common underwater. Yeah, so I got a bunch underwater and 1 rare underground. I'm gonna need a bigger cave than the one we just came out of. All right. Did I miss a hazardous plant? Oh no, it was the... We have like the drifting storms thing. Right. Yes, this area will do to look for the rare one. Nice big ol' underground cave system. Okay. I keep thinking when I'm pulling up the radar, it'll like slide things out of the way to not distract you. Like not to cover stuff up. And half the time it does that, I end up thinking I'm like missing a red dot moving by me. Okay. There's also tons of fossils down here. What I ought to do is start processing materials in my refinery as well. There's so many hazardous things down here. I should also check to see what I can do to upgrade my staff and all that. I think that was just a matter of nanites. That we switched from the weapon we got that was like relatively good to the staff because the staff is something special you craft. And so rather than just use the existing stuff, I wanted to go out of my way to use the staff this time because you get the staff so late in the game. That's kind of a bummer that usually by the time you get it, you're already locked in on a pretty solid A or S rank piece of equipment that's kind of hard to justify being like, oh yeah, I'm going to just stop using this incredibly good piece of equipment I have to slowly work this really not good one up. Alright, meanwhile, let's go ahead and start here. Grab you. And stuff we can process for the moment. The meat doesn't become anything. You don't want to process those. Can I make those back into metal? No. I need just to sell all those metal plates. Don't care about any of that stuff. Start processing you. Okay. Just give me the rare one. An unknown building over there. Oh, I forgot the system I'm in is an outlaw system. Because in my not permadeath save, I went and I got with the systems that didn't have anyone running it. And it was kind of a really bummer thing to have a non-usable space station that couldn't give you missions or anything else like that as the station in your system. And I was like, okay, I'm not going to make that mistake this time. I'm going to get something I can actually use. And then it became an outlaw system. It's like, alright, well, it's better than nothing. But also still kind of has a lot of the same problems. And that your normal mission stuff is not available. I know I needed more carbon, so let's grab carbon while we're walking through. Oh, there's a hole in the ceiling. It's like, how am I taking damage from that underground? Okay. Okay, so we finished with the first round of stuff there. We can process you. But you can buy Gek Nip? Yep. You get storm crystals on the surface. I keep hearing the critters up top and thinking something spawned down here with me to check out. Oh, it's marking those as unidentified again. Maybe two different variants. Oh, come on. Okay. All right. We also need to check our backpack again because we got the nanites. I just need to keep processing stuff down. Storm clearing. I'll keep hitting tab to do that, which is still not the right button. Okay, so free nanites. Well, not free. There's some carbon. Okay, so the pearls. I thought the pearls also broke down to some nanites. Yeah, the living pearls we want to hold on to. That's for underwater stuff. I don't need the bulbs, so I'm going to process those into sodium to get rid of them. You pop in here, and Hognium, I believe, becomes nanites. I believe that turns into meat. What did you become? Mordite, that's right. Some of that becomes glass. Alright, so I've got way more oxygen than I need. So I'll process a stack of the oxygen. Hey! I'm standing right here. Spawning right on top of me. I haven't had that happen before. There you go, there's a bigger cave area. Alright, so I can get you there. That gives me some carbon to work with. It's almost like this refreshed or something, a whole bunch of stuff moved around. Okay. Not gonna worry about grabbing more of those. Make you a little bit of money, but still. It's just the normal weather that's that bad. Okay. Just really need this thing. Wait, what was that? I thought I saw one of the pod icons up there. And there's the one downside with the dealing with the whole underground rare. So let's check to see if this mode thing mess around. So 25 seconds ago. It'll probably update soon. Because I want to stay in an area I know counts as underground. And see if we can't kick it into respawning all the critters here. Just to see if we can't get this sorted. Because wandering around in circles in the cave kinda sucks. So maybe moving an item around in my inventory will force it to autosave. Yep. Alright, so just gonna quickly reload. And see if we can't get that rare critter under the ground to spawn, so we're not just standing around in a cave all day. Because then we can just grab our little jeep and look for water. Because all the other critters were underwater critters. I don't even think any of them were rare either. Yeah, chill here for a minute. We're solidly underground. So give the critters a moment to spawn. Come on, man. It'd be nice if they gave us any kind of way to influence this pressure it, you know, like get bait to cause underground critters to spawn, or if we think it's a predator critter, we'd be able to put something down. Like bait out the predator critters. It's almost always the rare ones end up being predators. Not literally always, but pretty heavily. Well, I am leaning towards, if after the storm we still haven't found it, we just move on. Start looking for water, do that kind of thing. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And doing this way in hopes just randomly slamming into another big cave system or something. You know, maybe get lucky. It's also letting me avoid the storm while I move towards an unknown building. Okay. Yeah, that's the surface. Okay. And grab this. Alright, and let's see if we can't get ourselves a cargo spot. So we need carbon nanotubes and an antimatter housing. Shouldn't be a problem. Carbon nanotubes and antimatter housing. Okay. So we are full up. Or we need both sets. Because I want to say, wasn't there a mobility thing down here that I didn't have room for? Right. And that's officially too many. So I got a bunch of S ranks. That's the water jets, and this is just a this is just a whichever. I do have a C rank. Okay. So we're gonna go ahead and dismantle the C rank there. And put the A rank in its place. Oh. It's a autophage location too. Not worry about doing autophage things right now. Alright, let's go and grab... you. Was there any things I could make for you? If we get deuterium, we can get the radiation protection, which I don't have. Yeah, we don't have what I need for a lot of that stuff. That's fine. Okay, so I'm just taking a peek for large cave systems. This time we're not going to run back and forth through them. Just going to poke our nose in. If we see something, great. If not, we go back to our vehicle and we cruise along looking for our things of interest. All the animals are spawning in. Okay, it's not much to this cave. It was just in the off chance that we would get lucky. Have some spawn in. I thought I saw another building location. There's the pod. The last 22 finish had to switch streams for it to start counting again. Weird. I would just take it as a thought you were idle or something. I mean, not idle. That's not lurkers count and all that stuff. But like something got disconnected with it. Might have also worked if you had done like a had like stopped and done like a refresh or something. It shouldn't be necessary. But I could see something happen where you got like in a weird half connected, half not connected state. Okay. Alright. You closed and reopened the app on your cell? Oh, gotcha. Now, if you're dealing with a mobile app, then... yeah, no, the mobile app's been pretty unreliable for everything since the mobile app came into existence. And there's technical reasons why a lot of that happens that way. Just the reliability... Oh! We got a hit. It's like an underground bipedal rat thing. Cool. Alright, so with that, what we want to do is get out of this cave. The only creatures we've got left on this planet are water. None of them are rare or anything like that. So it should be literally jump into our spaceship and then just look for a big lake or something. There's definitely not another winner so far as the planet's consideration. For doing the trash stuff. I'm not looking for a perfectly smooth planet or anything, but these planets we've been checking out have been particularly rocky, or happen to be a water world, which I'm assuming just doesn't work. Is that water right there? That'd be perfect if that's water right there. It looks like water right there. Alright. What I'm going to do real fast is hop back out. Okay, and bear with me, chat. I gotta use a restroom real fast, so we should be safe inside the building for the most part. So I'm gonna quickly use the restroom. I'll be right back, and thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in 2 seconds. Sorry about that. Was just popping in and say hi to him, and she had a crown pop off. So, she's having fun. That's never fun at all. Yeah, she's had some bad luck with those crowns. Okay. We were looking for water. That's right. And as I recall, it was just kind of like right over the hill here. Was a couple of like lakes or whatever. You got 2 crowns installed yesterday? Yeah, no, I don't know if she got like real bad luck when they did the crowns. They're like they didn't use good glue or the person just messed up. But it's been kind of just like one tooth after the other, just going through like the rotation. It's like, you know, it's not her fault. But you also kind of like don't know what to do either. I'm pretty sure one of these days they'll get to fixing the hitbox in this. So when you're trying to collect this thing, that's whatever. That's the reason I kind of stopped trying to collect those. Is it just one of those things that half the time the hitbox for the salvage data, you just can't get to where it wants to give it to you. Alright, let's just do it this way, because I don't remember which direction it was. Alright, we'll see if this is enough water. There's a little bit more water in front of this, too, on the left. This planet sucks, though. It's like, nighttime, extra toxic. Storm, extra toxic. The good news is we jumped in the water and pretty much immediately got them all. Oh, the YouTube comment section, see? Yeah. Alright. So, this is this planet. The Murder Hermit. I'm not gonna worry about naming all these. Yeah, I don't feel like naming all of them. It's fine. But we checked out that planet, so I got the next one here. Cool. Oh, it's up there. Okay, so it's a moon on the other side, which should give us what we're looking for there. The game seems... It's been a recent thing that, for me lately, that seems like no matter what I do, the games just progressively feel like they get louder. Like the game forgets your audio settings and just slowly cranks itself up a little bit more and a little bit more. That's obviously not what's happening. It would be a bizarre thing to happen. But yeah. We'll check out the moon. Oh, right, our marine planet was a dissonant planet. It's like, okay, so we have a dissonant planet. No, I don't feel like dealing with this. You can keep your junk. It's not even worth my time. You're just gonna attack me with crap I don't care about either. Oh, that's not what I want. Stop that. Alright, so pretty soon I need to stop and collect some titanium. It is a capped moon. Alright, you are also looking particularly craggy. Man, we've been finding nothing but exceptionally craggy planets. You can get some planets that they're practically balls, they're so smooth. You know what? This is good enough as any for me to pop out. Because I just need to discover the planet. Alright, so what are we looking at on this planet for critters? There is one critter on the whole planet. It is a rare ground critter. One type of critter, I should say, not a single. Alright, we have discovered everything here. Good job, team. Get out of this place. Alright. So, and if we check on the rest of the system, so we've already discovered everything there. There, and there. So you'd be the next one, which I've discovered everything on this planet except a rare underground creature. Cool. Alright, that's fine. That leaves me only 2 more planets in the systems at all to collect things on. So we're looking for, was it Burke Sorrow? Would be the other moon. Okay. Alright. Oh, no, you always have that momentary, it's like, oh, this will be a nice one, and then you get closer. I mean, this actually is not that terrible. Not compared to the last couple we've had. It's a little craggy, but the other one's been straight up mountainous. What did I just see pop up here? I can't see anything. I'm probably just gonna have to land and just check it out. That looks like a cave entrance. Good as anywhere. Make sure I'm on the right planet. Yep, so we got one rare underground. Make sure there's no other conditions. Just rare underground, always active. It's already bad enough. Let's see, you built a mini base near the gate you found, and the minute I was finished, one of the huge worms jumped over it. Lovely. Yeah, see, those are not the, not the rare underground. Alright, so good news is we just found it immediately. Alright, well, baby game for babies. I'm appreciating that after how much we've had to fight for the last couple of rare undergrounds. I'm glad that one, it just gave it to us. It's like you've been through enough. Alright, so that is all of you. Alright, and then the last one is this planet, which has 5 underwater, only one of which is rare. And that's Nisford. Now, let's get that titanium I mentioned needing earlier. Oh, go away, carriers. You're making the meteors despawn. Okay. So how are we doing on the titanium? Let's get our starship. So at least 500 there. Ah, that's what we've got. We've got about 500. I was hoping it'd be more than that. Then we just keep getting a bunch of silver and gold, and then I don't need silver and gold, I just need the titanium. Okay. Okay, and we can break those up. Alright, yeah, that's almost 1,000. It's Burke Sorrow. Oh, right. So it'd be Nisford. Here, I see my HUD because the giant. There we go. The giant message that was covering everything. There we go. Nisford. This is gonna be another water planet, but like I said, it's only got a handful of things to scan on it. And then with that, we can teleport to our freighter, give it the better engines, jump back over here, pull the freighter here, and then move forward. So we can kind of explore around the system we've got here. That's not what I meant. I wanted to top off my engines. Okay. And none of these were any specific time of day, right? Like nocturnal or anything like that? There is. There's one that is nocturnal. So rather than land right here, let's get to the... other side real fast. So... I think we're just solidly on the daytime side. And I think we're on the nighttime side. It's so hard to tell sometimes. I'm pretty sure this is the nighttime side. All right. So coastal storms, which is interesting considering this is a water world, but sure, we'll say coast. Oh. Okay, so that's 2 of the 5. Neither of which is the nocturnal one. Game Hero Space Wizard. I do have for my my like multi-tool, this scanner slash mining slash everything tool. I do have a staff. Alright. So is that the nocturnal one? Okay, so we don't have the nocturnal. We actually already got the rare one. So it's literally 2 uncommon ones, one that's nocturnal. So we just swim around a little bit. You're very likely to see this thing. Hey, Suey! Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream. Playing some Goblin Sushi. I've heard good things about Goblin Sushi. I haven't checked it out myself quite yet. But I know a lot of people have spoken pretty highly of it. But yeah, I hope you had a good time. If we can get a shout out for Suey, I'd much appreciate it. Absolutely fantastic content creator, plays a lot of indie games, is a fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team, the stream team that I am on. But does like a lot of Project Zomboid, a bunch of indie games, good times over there. Highly, highly, highly recommend. For everyone popping in here, right now we're doing some No Man's Sky. With the intent, we've already done the new expedition, because the new expedition was real short. I wasted over an hour building a highway, and I still got it done in about 5 hours. But right now, I've got the system that we made, and I'm scanning the last of the creatures in the entire solar system there. But I'm looking for a planet that is not particularly craggy to try and figure out the outside of the expedition doing the garbage stuff. But I just got 2 fish to find. Both are common, one is nocturnal. Okay, so we're at... There's another one. Okay, was that the nocturnal one? It was not. Okay. I'm assuming we're considered at night here. It's always one of those ones... Oh no, it tells me the current time. Okay, so the current time it's giving me is like an 8 a.m. 8 a.m. I could see them not considering that nighttime. So let's race up here. And see what your goal right now. So right now what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to scan the very last life form in my solar system for some nanites, just because this is the solar system we made. And then from there I'm looking for a relatively flat planet. They just had the new content released yesterday. We did the expedition where we get basically kind of a SnowRunner-esque experience. Okay, so there's the stars. This is apparently a tri-star system, which is pretty cool. I wasn't aware of that. So let's try and get to the dark side of this planet. New content? Yep, it dropped yesterday. And we've been jokingly calling it stuff like Snowman's Sky or No Man's Runner. It's not like full SnowRunner where you get stuck in the mud or anything like that, but it is a thing where you have physics-enabled stuff that you chuck on the back of your truck and try and drive it over to where it needs to go kind of thing. They basically made it so you can kind of retool the Colossus into being a big pickup truck kind of thing, or dump truck, whatever you want to call it. Alright. So, they've given the Colossus a purpose. Okay, so we're definitely on the night side. So now all we need to do is wait for the nighttime fish to show up. They're considered common, so it shouldn't take too much. We're definitely on the nighttime side. It's showing it as 5 a.m. I'm assuming that's going to qualify as nighttime. I keep being surprised thinking it's like, okay, cool, we're well and solidly into nighttime. Yeah, this is... I needed to get to, like, unquestionably nighttime, like 10 p.m. or something like that. But every time it turns around, it feels like it's already turning daytime again. Unless this planet has like an absurdly fast rotational rate. Yeah, because this was looking like nighttime just a second ago. Yeah, like... Alright. Alright, so... Let's shoot way over here on the edge. Okay, let's try this again. So I need it to be properly nighttime. So where I'm standing right now, it doesn't tell me till I'm actually on the planet's surface. Okay, 3 a.m. Alright, that is some solid nighttime. And we've got our contestant. So with that, we have found every single creature in the system we made. And so now we're going to teleport to our freighter, install the engine to make it so it can go everywhere, jump back to this system. And when we jump back to the system, teleport the freighter into system. It'll be a whole thing. But with this said, we get our extra 1,000 nanites for doing it. Okay. Oh, right, you're an outlaw station. I forgot about that. I think the outlaw station still has a teleporter in it. It just, there's certain places it can't go. But yeah, so with this, we have discovered every one of the planets and all the creatures in our solar system. Which is good news. I'm just going to upload everything because we can. Alright, so checking our things, we're at $211 million, 24,000 nanites. This is a permadeath save, by the way. We have done all like the main story and a bunch of the side stories. I'm just trying to find myself a decent location for trying to do some of the garbage truck things. Unfortunately, all of the planets in my system here are either exceptionally mountainous and craggy, which would be awful to deal with, or they're water worlds, which means they're non-functional to deal with for that. Surprisingly, we actually do have a hexagon world, but it's an unusually craggy one. I'm looking for a planet. It doesn't need to be, like, flat or anything. I'm just looking for not mountainous. Alright. Yeah, there's our hexagon world. And thank you, Uko, for the 15 stream streak. Catch the last 15 streams without missing one. I really appreciate it. And also, thank you, Zalsol, for the 125 stream streak. For catch the last 125 streams without missing one. I appreciate that as well. Okay. Let's go run out here real quick. Because I believe they have a teleporter in here. That we can go to our freighter and do our freighter stuff. And then we can teleport back up here from our freighter. And bring the freighter here to continue the exploration. Or actually, you know what? Clearance not granted. That's fine. Because I can teleport down to my base. And then teleport up to my freighter. I think my freighter was actually like the forward base still. It's fine either way. The point is, we are going to get the big engine in our freighter that lets us go to any system in the game that we want. And then we can continue exploring, looking for a good planet to be like our dump truck planet, whatever. Because I'm theorizing that you could actually get relatively okay nanites from that with a certain reliability. Alright, so do you want to talk to me now? Alright, that's fine. Okay, so from here, we can teleport stuff. Let's hit our settlements. We're in the neighborhood. Let's do this really fast. The one settlement, I don't believe I have any of the new materials to upgrade any of the buildings. So we pop in, do whatever their question is, move on. The one that's the autophagia should be able to upgrade a building. Come on. There we go. Guide the settlement. Okay. The settlement's quantum trading floor is a vital part of our ongoing productivity program. Critical components are now showing signs of wear and tear and require renovation. We will expedite the repairs, which does put that in debt. Alright, so that's all we're dealing with on this settlement. And we can go to the other one. The one that's horrifically in debt. Just a casual 7 million credits in debt and continuing to hemorrhage money like it's their job. That's just the way it is when you start. Okay. That's certainly a thing to appear there. Alright, there we go. Okay, so you finished. We're gonna reopen the building. And you need iodized cobalt to level it up again. I can actually probably do that pretty easy. So let's check on our backpack here. We can chuck that out. I should have cobalt in here somewhere. And that can process into iodized cobalt while we wait. Alright. Citizen request. The citizens have commissioned a maintenance construct jetcon to produce a symphony in honor of the particularly blessed meteor shower. 98% of the settlement strongly favor its completion, whatever the cost. You know what? That's fine. We're already 7 million in debt. What's another 100,000? So they've celebrated all that with an epic poem, as graded by themselves. Okay, there's the 60 I needed. Now step outside and upgrade your house. Alright. And with that, we've got our settlement stuff done. Now we can go to our freighter. And the freighter, we just going to upgrade the engines, which I already got the materials. We'll upgrade the engines, and then it's time to jump to another system. And we're looking for any planet that is relatively flat. Like rolling hills kind of thing, like that. We can also go in here, because I should also have what I need to make more fuel to finally send out you for a couple more expeditions. So we still have the industry expedition that we wanted to do earlier, but we didn't have the fuel. We're sending our 2 industry ships and a support ship. We're going to launch that, a bunch of fuel required. And then we got a combat patrol. Which require more fuel than I have. And I don't believe I can accommodate that. Yeah, I need more dehydrogen. There was some way to get a bunch of dehydrogen. I do not remember for the life of me what it was. In the meantime, we can go here, and there's the resonance matrix. Which will allow us to access purple systems. And we can make 2 quantum computers. The quantum computer and antimatter housing for upgrades there. So, quantum computers. I do not have the materials, and I don't feel like dealing with that. It's not like we need to go far. So we'd have magnetic resonators and wiring looms. I'm actually out of wiring looms? I mean, it's been a long time coming. But with that, we can now hit any system we want. So all the systems that have like a solid dot, we've got those. I want to focus on a lot of the purple systems. Because those are the ones that tend to be like the gas giants and all that, have the extreme planets. And they usually have a bunch of moons in a lot of those too. Which means they've got way more opportunity to potentially find interesting planets that'll work for our purposes. So it's a Vakeen system. So let's get on our Corvette. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to visit the space station. That is looking like this is probably a deserted system. Yeah, judging by the fiery holes in the station, this is a dead station. Which means all the, like, grabbing any missions and all that doesn't happen because there's nobody here. We're just gonna get right back in. Fly right back out of this. Alright, so it looks like we've got a bunch of planets here. So we got a total of 5 moons and a gas giant. Or you're not a gas giant. What are you? So that's going to be an awful planet to deal with. A ruined moon. A decaying nuclear moon. A scalding moon. Looks like the other two are on the other side of the planet. Yeah, so I've got these two here you have to scan. Rare deep space object in front of me. Oh. I guess I missed it. It said something about extreme subspace audio channel. I think I just murdered the thing that's trying to communicate with me, but you know. I couldn't get it to interact with me for a minute, so clearly the only answer after that is if it doesn't interact by itself, you have to shoot it. That's just video game logic. Everything that doesn't respond immediately requires violence. When they only give you a couple of buttons, you use them all. Alright, so this will let me get around to your side. So if any of these planets are not, like, immediately awful, so far as, like, cragginess, most environmental stuff, if I'm just driving around in the vehicle, we're well protected. But we can figure that out when we get there. Okay, and what kind of moon are you? It's fine. I guess we're just going to it. Because I've marked it, the moon's marking is kind of covering up where I can scan. A viridescent moon. Okay, so it looks like there's lots of water on the planet, which would definitely not make it conducive for attempting to do the trash stuff. Oh, there's an unknown building over there. Scalding storms, sentinels answer to no one. Otherwise a relatively nice planet. Okay. So, for this planet, there is 4 ground, 2 flying creatures. None that particularly have any, like, weird rules around and beyond daytime shenanigans. Alright. Both the flying creatures are done. Yeah, that's weird. Four out of 6 already found. Okay, what are the rules in the last 2? Rare ground always active. It's honestly surprising when you have a planet with a bunch of water and there are no water creatures. Alright, one more land creature to scan, and then we've scanned them all. You know, this planet might actually not be that bad for, Colossus nonsense. It's got the water, and that part kind of sucks. But at the same time, it's definitely not the craggiest out there. Okay, so let's... Alright, I am noticing... Alright, never mind. I was gonna say, I didn't see any pollution on the planet, so that rules that out. Alright. So needless to say, this planet's a bust. It doesn't have garbage on it. How dare it? Well, we've already scanned all the creatures, so we can kindly get the hell off this planet. And that's the last moon. Abandoned moon. Okay. Meanwhile, I can go to you. Give me my nanites. Alright, so that does appear to be a thing, that not all planets have the garbage on it. Now, we have noticed a bunch of random planets seem to have it, so I don't know what the criteria is, because it doesn't show up in space as being like, oh, this is a garbage planet, whatever. I also haven't noticed it aligning with salvage, per se. It might, but I haven't particularly observed that. So I got an abandoned moon. This one it does not label as being extreme weather. It's probably going to be a craggy planet, though. No, that's actually not too bad. Like some hills, but that's fine. Little bit of water. Acid dust pockets. How's the fauna looking? There are 6 varieties. There is a rare underground, so we won't bother. Okay. So we can immediately summon in the Colossus and scan, and nothing for me here. If you're gonna stand right there, it will scan you. Alright, this planet sucks. No one wants to be here. Next up, let's just hit the gas giant here. I very much doubt we're going to be using this planet. I expect this to be a particularly awful planet. But, you know, there's only one way to find out. I'm confused. It's acting like I'm right over the terrain. Oh. Are you... Okay, wait a second. Damp Misery. Huh. So, there are ground creatures somewhere on this planet. They're also underground and all that. Oh, there's some ground over there. So let's work our way over to the spot of ground. If there's underground, there has to be at least enough land to support cave systems. So my expectations here are not very high. But nevertheless, let's do our diligence. I am fully that's not the button I wanted, it's the button I pushed. I'm fully expecting when we scan it's gonna be like there's no garbage. Yep. And in our plan, we're not going to bother scanning everything because there was underground stuff. So it's weird, because at first I thought it was a gas giant, but it's apparently mostly covered in water, too. It's kind of a confusing planet. Alright, get the next moon on the list. Yeah, it sucks that this is another system that didn't have inhabitants, because otherwise we'd grab missions and all that at the station, get our backpack upgrade, but it ended up being an abandoned one. Have one of the wheel choice be amphibian wheels, so it does like the slow roll on the water. The giant inflatable wheels. Alright, from space, this looks like it's going to be a craggy one. Doesn't mean anything, but... it's looking like a craggy one. That'd be a craggy one. I saw you over there for a second. Okay. Weather direct sunlight. I wouldn't think that's necessarily a weather thing. Okay, we've got where we have all the miserable death nonsense going on here. Well, that's interesting. It's like one of the ones that was overtaken, but it's got like terminals and everything working in here versus just the one. Money is kind of no object, so I'm just like, you know what? Just give it to me. There you go, corrupt computer. That's what we're looking for. That's the part that gives you stuff. Returning user identified. Terminal now active. Unlocking data log continuation for analysis. If one can see clearly enough, you'll come across a crystal and learn that it is made, not of atoms and molecules, but of thought and gravity and numbers. You must go deep. Come and see, I beseech you. More than I must know of this, if only to spread the word to warn other species. Tell it to all, write it in every language you know, etch it in stone, scream it in song, but never be silent. I tell you, I have seen what lies beneath the surface of everything. The brittle grid of reality crumbles. Alright, we discovered something coded in the long dead traveler's thing. Something left to help me with my journey. It's looking like it might have just been nanites. The least interesting, but, you know, universally useful thing. So, first glance, I do not see garbage. That doesn't necessarily mean anything by itself. And we can grab all the goodies that are floating around here. And then I'll check what the creatures are on the planet, and like I said, I'm getting a pretty strong vibe that there's no garbage on this planet. That's kind of one of the things we don't really know yet. I'm sure people have already figured out and done things in YouTube videos and all that. Hello, localized fire, how you doing? Alright, animal situation. We have rare underground, so we're not staying for that. And I'm pretty strong suspicion that we are not going to find anything. Yep. Which I do not mind, because that planet looks like it is mostly fire. And it's pretty craggy too. Alright, so that means my next contestant is you. And I think we won't worry about doing a purple star after this one, because getting back-to-back purple stars with non-functional stations kind of is not great. It doesn't give me an opportunity to progress my character very much, because we don't get the access of getting more inventory slots. We don't get the opportunity to potentially do some missions to cash in some extra resources. There's the people at the station you can donate stuff to rank yourself up with their relative factions, and sometimes they'll just straight up give you inventory slot upgrades and all that. So we're kind of missing on all of that stuff. So getting planets that, or getting systems with no functional station is pretty bad. And the pirate stations are a little more useful, but also don't have those things. Like, you can work on the pirate, the outlaw standings and that, but that's kind of it. Okay, so you're looking especially craggy as well. Maybe not as bad as at first glance. Yeah, this is actually not that bad. This is very workable. This might even be, like, ideal for a situation how flat most of this is. Okay, there is an unknown building over there. This would be amazing if it happens to support garbage, but I'm not seeing any trash just flying over. Yeah, another infested place. Okay, for creatures. Okay. All of them are ground and one flying. This is definitely not a bad one for scanning. It's only 5 creatures. It won't take very long. While I wait for the others to spawn. I'm assuming it's going to be another planet with no trash. Nope. I'm guessing it's something like maybe the purple systems will be ineligible for trash or something like that. Okay. This operations terminal has been switched off for many years. You boot it up and starts running through a vast database of signals silently recorded by the facility's listening devices. Amidst the countless requests for landing permissions and an atonal wall of ship-to-ship chatter, the system suddenly pinpoints an emergency broadcast, a distress signal that was never responded to. If I can isolate the pattern that's encoded in the frequency, I could perhaps trace the ship back to the calling for help. So we've got 5, 14, 41, 122. So it's definitely going to be just an escalating, increasing one. We're not noticing... Well, I am seeing, like, an odd, even thing. That doesn't necessarily mean anything. So 5 to 14. That's a 9 difference. That's definitely not going to be a 9 difference there. Not really seeing the pattern. I'm just gonna guess, even if I get it wrong, I don't care. Yep, okay. I just went with, like, in the pattern, if it went odd, even, and I'm like, okay, well, I had 2 options for odd, and 36, 5. Nah, I already got it. But yeah, with the 36, 5, it was the one out of the 2 options, and it seemed like the more plausible one just by what I was seeing. Okay, and where's your distress signal at? So it is on the same planet. If I jump in here, what's it say its ETA is? Nope! 45 minutes is a big old nope on that one. We fly for that one. Go check these for goodies real fast. Because sometimes these things will straight up give you blueprints. Other times just give you nanites. Okay, one last check. Do we have any of the rare stuff nearby? Alright, so it's already down to just 1 creature left on this planet to scan. We've got a distress signal, which means either a freighter or a crashed ship. Okay. And what do we have? Crashed ship. It's honestly a shame that this one doesn't have the garbage on it. This honestly would be a really good planet for it. Yeah, it's got these occasional, like, big dips and all that. But by and large, the ship is the planet is mostly pretty smooth. It is a very, very flat ship. You know, very, very flat planet. Distress beacon. A high-tech cage filled with mangled bodies of animals lies in the cargo. The hold thrown like a dice. The creatures appear to be long dead, yet their fur moves unnaturally as if still alive. When the cockpit is a warrior-like pilot lies sprawled on the controls, a blast bolt caster in its hand. The ship's databank appear to be operational. Let's check the databanks. Let's see. I accessed the ship's manifest and the creatures were infected with a dangerous parasite. I take the information and of interesting technology before hurriedly departing. A moderate upgrade to the positron ejector. Positron ejector? Oh, that's one of the weapons. Yeah. That's fine. I don't care about that. Damaged machinery. Give me that. Underwater protection S module. Sure. I'll take one of those. You love the solar ships? Yeah, no, they're very nice looking. Alright, and that'll be our last creature to scan. Alright. So compare the ship. We're going to claim the ship. Okay, so we've got the landing stuff. So we make a hermetic seal. And now it's functional pulse engines, which means it can get to the station itself. I don't need to worry about it. So let's go back to our Corvette. The solar cell should restore the boost drive. Yeah. It'd be nice to be able to get stuff like that on your Corvette. But, you know. Alright, chat, bear with me. I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to do that real quick, and I'll be back in just a minute, and thank you again for tuning in. And actually, with that, let me go ahead and put up a poll, and just kind of do a vibe check, see what people are thinking, if they want to see more No Man's Sky or something else. So what are we doing now? No Man's Sky. So keep that if you just want to keep seeing what we already got going on. We got Timberborn, where we'll continue the existing Timberborn save, or Feastopia, which is the roguelite city builder based around, like, feeding the giant monstrosity in the middle of the map food. So go ahead and get that going. But if you don't see the poll, you'll see the poll up there. You just go ahead and refresh, and put your vote in. And in the meantime, I'm going to quickly pop into the restroom, and I'll be back in just a minute. And thank you again for tuning in. Why? 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 Why would you do this? Why would you do this? Why is chat the way chat is? Alright. What I think I will do is I think my plan is how many more plants do we have in this system? To be fair, it was the vote like 25% of the way. To be fair, that was the vote like 25% of the way. Yeah. What's the clip thingy used called again? That is an excellent question that I certainly have an answer for. I'm drawing a blank. I think it actually even says the name between clips, if I remember correctly. If Sidekick. It's Sidekick. That's the name of it. Holy crap, my brain kept trying to put Flip in its name, and it's like, I'm not thinking of it. It's Sidekick. I was sitting there for a moment. Yeah, so what I'll do is, since it's a three-way tie, I'm going to scan this last planet. And then after that, I think we might switch to Feastopia. Mostly because I have done a ton of Timberborn over the years, and I have not done nearly as much Feastopia. What I am looking for is just in that, because that way if I get this there, oh, it's right there. If we do this this moon real fast, one, we can give it one last chance to see if we can find a planet with trash. I'm thinking it's the purple stars might not be eligible for the garbage thing, because they're kind of a special system anyways. Not all three games at once simulstream. Amusingly enough, those... So Timberborn you could definitely multi-game. Like Timberborn, once you get past that early game, you could definitely multi-game. Feastopia would be a little tricky because there is some stuff that's time sensitive in it. It wouldn't be the worst. No Man's Sky would absolutely not be a game you could... I mean, there's stuff you could do in it multi-game, like just staying inside your base, like doing like babysitting systems. This planet would suck to do trash on. Okay. I guess the waypoint beacon will be the thing. Alright, I'll probably just find like a settlement or something that I don't care about. Exactly what's gonna find. Alright, what's it say for the creatures? And that's actually not bad. But more importantly, do you have the garbage? You do not. Alright, I've got one rare ground animal that's always active, which is right there. And with that, we've already found all the species on the planet. That's the way you want it to roll. When you get those ones that do it that way, you just pop down, and in under like 1 or 2 minutes, you're just done, and just go, yup, cash in 2,000 nanites. That's how you get some fast upgrades going on. That's not the button I want, but it's okay. We've already committed. I have bad news, Captain Friend. Our fleet has been involved in a serious incident, sustaining heavy damage. Please, inspect the damage report. I require your advice. Inspect the damage report. Fleet auto diagnostic report, a frigate, whatever. Ship has sustained mission critical damage. Crew is incapable of performing maintenance. Farther damage risks catastrophic failure. Recall the frigate. Command registered. Frigate returning to main fleet for maintenance. Alright, what we're going to go ahead and do then is, because I have had zero luck in finding a good planet for us to do more of the new content on, rather than spend the rest of the stream tracking that down, what we're going to go ahead and do is switch on over to Feastopia, because we had a tie vote, and I'm unilaterally going to just decide what we're doing now, because that's what happens. And it looks like that's updating right now, so cool. It's a quick update, so that's good. Alright, so while it flips over, if you're watching over on YouTube, the YouTube side of the stream is going to be coming down while I flip games. On the Twitch side, don't go anywhere. It's just going to, I'm just going to switch categories and all that. But we'll go ahead and get that going. I do enjoy some No Man's Sky. The new update's been a lot of fun. The thing is, it's a pretty limited update so far as what we actually get.